Imagine this. The day is almost over, yet your mind is louder than any city street. Messages keep flashing on your phone, expectations press on your shoulders, and somewhere deep inside, a small voice whispers, "Am I truly respected or just tolerated?" In a world obsessed with status, applause, and control, this question stings more than we care to admit. But long before emails, deadlines, and social media, there was another way of living, a way taught by the Buddha, where respect is not chased, but naturally arises from the quality of one's heart and presence. Buddhism is not a religion of blind belief. It is a path of direct experience. It doesn't promise you instant success or admiration. Instead, it offers something far more powerful, the inner transformation from which genuine respect flows effortlessly. The teachings are simple in words, but vast as an ocean in depth. They show us how to become the kind of person whose presence brings calm, whose words bring clarity, and whose actions quietly earn the trust of others. On this journey together, we will walk through many lessons: mindfulness, compassion, humility, forgiveness, contentment, and more, not as abstract theories, but as living practices that you can weave into your daily life. And it all begins with one doorway, the same doorway the Buddha himself pointed to again and again: mindfulness. Mindfulness is not a complicated ritual. It's not reserved for monks in distant mountains. It is the simple, profound capacity to be fully here, awake to this breath, this step, this conversation, without drowning in regret about the past or fear about the future. To be mindful is to stop running long enough to actually meet your own life. The Buddha taught that the untrained mind behaves like a restless monkey, leaping from thought to thought, from judgment to judgment. When we are lost in this inner chaos, we speak impulsively, react harshly, and hurt others without even realizing it. From such a mind, true respect cannot grow. But when we begin to observe our thoughts and feelings with calm awareness, something changes. We stop being dragged by every emotion and start choosing our response. That is where dignity begins. Picture a young man named Aaron. He works in a busy office, always rushing, always multitasking. One day, overwhelmed by anxiety, he visits a meditation center on the edge of the city. An elderly teacher welcomes him without many words and pours him a cup of tea. As Aaron talks about his stress, the teacher begins to pour more and more tea until it overflows the cup and spills onto the table. Shocked, Aaron jumps up. "Stop. It's already full." The teacher smiles gently. "Just like your mind, full of worries, judgments, and noise. How can peace enter when there is no space?" Mindfulness is that act of creating space between stimulus and response, between emotion and action. In that space, wisdom can speak. And from wisdom comes a way of living that others naturally respect. You can begin with something as simple as the breath. Right now, wherever you are, gently notice the air entering your nostrils, filling your chest, expanding your belly, then leaving again. You don't need to change your breathing, just watch it. When the mind wanders, and it will kindly bring it back to the breath, as if guiding a child home. This is not failure. This is the training. Over time, this awareness can infuse ordinary moments. When you walk, feel each step touching the ground. Notice the contact of your feet, the shift of your weight, the rhythm of your body moving through space. A simple walk becomes a quiet meditation, a reminder that you are here alive, supported by the earth. When you eat, slow down. Look at your food as if seeing it for the first time, the colors, textures, and scents. Consider the countless causes and conditions that brought this meal to your plate. The soil, the rain, the farmers, the hands that cooked it. As you chew, feel each bite completely before swallowing. This isn't just about enjoying your meal more. It's a training in gratitude, presence, and respect for life. When you listen to someone speak, try this. Put down your phone. Turn your body slightly toward them and feel the rise and fall of your breath as you hear their words. Instead of planning your response, simply receive. Listen not only with your ears, but with your whole presence. People rarely remember perfect advice, but they never forget how deeply they were once truly heard. Such listening is a form of loving kindness in action, and it quietly earns deep respect. In Buddhist wisdom, mindfulness is intertwined with the understanding of impermanence. Every breath arises and passes. Every emotion appears, peaks and fades. Every relationship, every achievement, every season of your life is in motion, never fixed. To be mindful is to be intimate with this constant flow, rather than resisting it. When you see that even your anger, fear, or sadness are temporary guests passing through the house of your being, you no longer let them rule your actions. You can watch them, learn from them, and respond with calm. And there is another insight hidden in this practice, the teaching of non-self. When you observe your thoughts and feelings closely, you begin to see that they are not you in any solid, permanent way. They come, they go. If you are not your anger, not your fear, then who are you? In silence, a quieter answer appears. You are the awareness that sees the spaciousness that contains it all. From this understanding, the ego softens. The need to always be right, to always be admired, loses its grip. What replaces it is a gentle, grounded presence that others trust. Respect in this light is no longer something you demand. It becomes a natural reflection of the qualities you embody: steadiness instead of reactivity, attention instead of distraction, kindness instead of indifference. People are drawn to those who are fully present, like a calm lake reflecting the world clearly. Mindfulness is the art of becoming that lake. This journey does not require you to escape your life. You do not need a mountain cave. Your true temple is this very moment: your office desk, your kitchen sink, your commute, your bedroom at night. Each is a place where you can return to the breath, feel your body, soften your heart, and choose how you wish to show up. As we move deeper into this path in the coming parts, we will explore how mindfulness naturally flowers into compassion, patience, gratitude, humility, and many other qualities that transform not only how others see you, but how you see yourself. For now, let this be your first step: one conscious breath, one conscious step, one conscious conversation at a time. Respect begins not when others bow to you, but when you finally stop running away from yourself and turn toward your own life with clarity, gentleness, and courage. From that inner bow, the outer respect slowly, quietly unfolds. There comes a moment on every inner journey when mindfulness, gentle as it is, begins to open a deeper doorway, one that leads straight into the heart of compassion. If mindfulness teaches us to see clearly, compassion teaches us to respond wisely. And in this world where people are often quick to judge and slow to listen, compassion becomes a rare fragrance, a quiet strength that awakens respect without demanding it. To understand compassion in the way the Buddha taught it, imagine a lantern glowing softly in a darkened room. It does not push the darkness away. It simply shines. It does not choose who may benefit from its light. It illuminates all who come near. Compassion is the same. It is not sentimentality, nor pity, nor a fleeting emotion. It is the deliberate choice to recognize the suffering of oneself and others and to meet that suffering with warmth, understanding, and courage. In the early scriptures, the Buddha described compassion karuna as one of the 4 immeasurable qualities of the heart, so vast that they cannot be contained: loving kindness, compassion, empathetic, joy, and equanimity. These are the qualities that make a person trustworthy, approachable, and deeply respected because they reveal a heart that is no longer hardened by self-centeredness. But how does compassion actually take root in daily life? It begins paradoxically with yourself. Many people try to be endlessly patient with others while harshly criticizing themselves. They extend kindness outward, but treat their own hearts like enemies. The Buddha warned that compassion cannot survive in such soil. A heart at war with itself cannot offer peace to the world. Consider the story of Mira, a woman known in her workplace as intelligent and efficient, but also distant, quick-tempered, and easily frustrated. People respected her skills, but rarely felt comfortable around her. One afternoon, her supervisor gently suggested that she seemed exhausted and asked if she was all right. Mira, embarrassed, brushed off the comment, but a quiet discomfort began to grow. Later that week, Mira attended a mindfulness class. During a guided exercise, the teacher asked the participants to place a hand over their heart and silently repeat, "May I be kind to myself. May I learn to accept who I am." At first, these words felt strange, even uncomfortable. But when Mira noticed the tension in her chest, the pressure in her throat, the years of perfectionism tightening inside her, something softened. Tears rose, uninvited, pure. After class, the teacher approached her and said, "Compassion is not weakness. It is the courage to finally stop hurting yourself." That night was the beginning of a shift, as Mira learned to speak gently with herself, to acknowledge her own fears, to forgive her own mistakes. Something unexpected happened. Her demeanor changed. She became less reactive, more attentive, more patient. Her colleagues noticed. Where once there was a rigid armor, now there was a calm steadiness. Respect came not because she demanded it, but because she had begun to embody it. Compassion for oneself is the foundation. From this foundation, compassion naturally extends outward toward family, friends, strangers, and even those who frustrate or hurt us. This outward compassion is not blind acceptance. It does not deny harm or dismiss injustice. Instead, it looks deeply enough to recognize that every person carries unseen burdens, wounds, and fears. One of the Buddha's most profound lessons is this: when we understand, suffering, compassion becomes the only natural response. Imagine someone speaking to you sharply. In the past, you might have reacted defensively. But with compassion, you might pause and ask, what pain is behind their words? What fear is behind their anger? What story lives behind their behavior? This simple shift transforms the entire interaction. Instead of reacting, you respond. Instead of escalating, you soften. People feel this difference immediately. It disarms hostility, builds trust, and earns respect in a way that force or authority never could. Another essential aspect of compassion is deep listening. So many conversations in the modern world are not true listening, but exchanges of rehearsed thoughts, interruptions, and assumptions. But to listen with compassion is to give someone your full presence, your eyes, your breath, your patience, your silence. With such listening, even someone who arrived with anger may leave with gratitude because they feel, perhaps for the first time in a long time, that they have been seen. There is a practice called listening with the ear of the heart. This means listening not just to words, but to pauses, hesitations, emotions, and what remains unspoken. A person who listens this way becomes a source of comfort, a person people respect instinctively. They sense that you do not judge them, do not rush them, do not try to fix them. You simply accompany them. Compassion, however, does not end with kindness and listening. It requires action. A kind thought left unexpressed is a seed unplanted. Sometimes compassion means sitting with someone in silence. Sometimes it means offering help before they ask. Sometimes it means forgiving when it would be easier to resent. Sometimes it means stepping back to give others space. And sometimes compassion requires courage, speaking the truth, setting a boundary, or saying no when necessary. A compassionate person is not someone who avoids conflict. It is someone who enters conflict with clarity and goodwill. This is the compassion the Buddha taught, not fragile or naive, but wise and steady. The more compassion you cultivate, the more your presence changes. People feel safe around you. They trust you. They turn to you not for solutions, but for the calm strength you radiate. Respect flows naturally toward the one who sees others clearly and treats them with dignity. And here lies a subtle truth. Compassion is not something you perform. It is something you become. When compassion becomes the way your heart naturally moves, respect becomes the way the world naturally responds. As we continue this journey, we will explore how compassion weaves itself into patience, gratitude, non-attachment, and other teachings. Each lesson builds upon the next, unfolding like petals of a lotus, slowly, gently revealing deeper wisdom. What begins as mindfulness blossoms into compassion, and from compassion, a new way of living emerges. The mind has a quiet longing, a longing to be free from the exhausting weight of holding on. After understanding impermanence, a deeper wisdom begins to rise like mist from a still lake, the wisdom of releasing, of loosening the grasp we carry toward our desires, expectations, and fears. This is the essence of non-attachment, not as cold detachment, but as a warm, spacious way of relating to the world without imprisoning it in our expectations. Non-attachment is often misunderstood. Many think it means withdrawing from life, caring less, loving less, or becoming indifferent. But in the Buddha's teaching, non-attachment is the opposite. It is loving fully, without clinging, engaging deeply, without fear, and appreciating everything, without trying to make it stay forever. It is the tenderness of holding a butterfly on your palm, gentle enough for it to rest, spacious enough for it to fly. There is a subtle but powerful truth here. Suffering does not come from love itself, but from the grasping wrapped around love. When we cling, we distort affection into possession, kindness into expectation, dreams into demands. And when life shifts, as all things must, we feel abandoned, betrayed, or broken. But when love is spacious, when care is offered freely, without chains of must, should, or forever, something extraordinary happens. Love becomes lighter, clearer, more peaceful. And people feel safer around you, because your presence is no longer built on needing to control or secure anything. Consider the journey of Elias, a young sculptor who spent years perfecting a marble piece he believed would define his career. He carved it with devotion, every curve, every detail, until it embodied his pride and identity. It stood in the center of his small studio, like a monument to his aspirations. One night, an unexpected vibration shook the building, a minor earthquake. The sculpture cracked, not destroyed, but damaged enough to lose the perfection Elias had chased. For weeks he fell into despair. He blamed fate, himself, the world. He refused to create again, believing all was lost. Finally, his old mentor visited him. Seeing the sculpture, she carefully traced the crack with her fingers. "It's beautiful," she whispered. Elias stiffened. "Beautiful? It's ruined." The mentor shook her head gently. "You loved the sculpture so much you wanted it to remain exactly as you imagined. But art lives. It breathes. It changes. You tried to freeze life, and now life has reminded you nothing can be frozen." She stepped back and looked at him with kind eyes. "Let the crack guide you. Sculpt with it, not against it. Create from what is not what was." When Elias finally approached the piece again, something softened within him. Instead of trying to return it to perfection, he began shaping around the crack, creating a new form, more fluid, more authentic. Months later, the finished work radiated a beauty he had never achieved before, one born from acceptance rather than control. People who saw it spoke of its depth, its honesty, the way it captured both fracture and transformation. Elias realized then that he had not lost anything. He had simply been invited to release his attachment. Non-attachment does not numb the heart, it frees it. When you stop gripping outcomes, you begin to find joy in the process itself. Work becomes creativity, not pressure. Relationships become companionship, not possession. Success becomes expression, not identity. People sense this lightness in you. They feel respected because you no longer try to mold them into your expectations. They trust you because they know your care is not conditional. And they admire you because your peace is not dependent on circumstances. In everyday life, non-attachment appears in small, simple ways. It appears when you offer your opinion, but do not insist others agree. It appears when you love someone without trying to direct the path of their life. It appears when you work hard, but do not collapse when results differ from your hopes. It appears when you let moments be moments, not clinging to the pleasant, nor fearing the unpleasant. This way of living cultivates a quiet dignity. You become like a tree, deeply rooted, yet flexible, strong, yet gentle. When storms come, you sway, but do not break. When sunlight returns, you rise without resentment. Non-attachment also protects you from the hunger for approval. Many people exhaust themselves, seeking validation, chasing likes, praise, compliments, recognition. But the Buddha taught that the search for validation is endless because the self built on external approval is always thirsty. When you release this craving, you step into a different kind of confidence, one that does not need applause to feel real. Imagine walking into a room, not wondering whether others like you, but wondering how you can bring clarity, warmth, or ease to the space. That is the freedom of non-attachment. It transforms your presence into something quietly magnetic. There is another dimension to this wisdom: non-attachment to your own thoughts and emotions. Thoughts arise, linger, and fade. Feelings swell and dissolve. Yet we often clutch them as if they define us. When anger arises, we say, "I am angry," instead of "anger is present." When fear appears, we mistake it for truth. But when you can observe your mind the way you observe clouds drifting across the sky without chasing them, without resisting, something profound happens. Inner peace grows. And with inner peace comes clarity. With clarity comes steadiness. And with steadiness comes respect. Others see in you someone who does not crumble under pressure, someone who does not react impulsively, someone who has mastered the art of releasing rather than resisting. This kind of presence leaves a strong impression, not loud, not dramatic, but deeply trustworthy. As we continue, this teaching will naturally unfold into right speech, patience, and humility. Each principle flows like a river from the same source, the willingness to let go of rigid control and meet life as it is, not as we demand it to be. Let this teaching rest gently in your heart. What you release does not diminish you. It frees you to love, to stay present, and to live with a dignity no one can take away. When the heart begins to loosen its grip and embrace non-attachment, the next natural unfolding is the way we speak. Words hold immense power. They can heal or harm, open doors or close them, build trust or shatter it. In the Buddha's teachings, right speech is not simply about being polite. It is a profound spiritual discipline, a reflection of one's inner clarity, compassion, and restraint. To speak wisely is to live wisely. And to live wisely is to earn a respect that arises effortlessly, like fragrance from a flower. Right speech does not begin with the mouth, but with the mind. Every word spoken is the echo of an inner state. A restless mind speaks restlessly. A fearful mind speaks defensively. A resentful mind speaks to wound. But a mindful mind speaks with precision, kindness, and purpose. In this way, right speech is the bridge between inner practice and outer presence, the place where your inner transformation becomes visible to the world. To understand the importance of right speech, imagine a musician tuning a delicate instrument before a performance. If even one string is out of tune, the entire melody suffers. In the same way, when even one word is careless, the harmony of a relationship can falter. And just as a gifted musician listens deeply to each string, one who practices right speech listens deeply to the mind before uttering a word. There was once a traveling physician named Rowan, known across several towns for his remarkable ability to calm patients simply by speaking with them. People often said that Rowan's presence was soothing his words like cool water poured over agitation. But this was not always so. In his youth, Rowan was sharp-tongued, quick to correct others, eager to assert his intelligence. He believed honesty meant bluntness, and clarity meant dominance. He prided himself on being right, but slowly noticed that fewer and fewer people wanted to speak with him. Patients felt tense around him. Friends avoided deep conversations. He misread this as their insecurity, until one day his elderly teacher confronted him with gentle directness. The teacher placed a bowl of clear water on the table, then sprinkled ashes into it. The water grew cloudy instantly. "These ashes," the teacher said, "are your words. You are intelligent, yes, but your words enter the minds of others like ash in water, disturbing, clouding, unsettling. A healer must first learn to speak in ways that do not wound." Then the teacher poured another bowl of water and dropped a single lotus petal into it. The petal floated softly, the water remaining clear. Let your words be like this petal, gentle, deliberate, placed with care. Rowan carried this teaching for the rest of his life. He learned to pause before speaking, to listen, before responding, to choose words that clarified rather than dominated. Over time, people sought him out, not merely for his medical skill, but for his presence. It was not his intelligence that earned their respect. It was his restraint, his compassion, his awareness of the impact his speech carried. In learning to heal with words, he had healed himself. Right speech rests on 4 foundations. Speak truthfully. Truth is not simply accuracy, it is integrity. To speak truthfully means to let your words align with reality, with purpose, and with kindness. People respect those whose words can be trusted, whose promises hold weight, whose honesty is steady yet gentle. Truth spoken with compassion becomes a tool for growth. Truth spoken with aggression becomes a weapon. Wisdom lies in the difference. Speak kindly. Kindness in speech is not softness or weakness. It is strength with gentleness. It is clarity without cruelty. A kind person can deliver difficult messages without humiliation or harm. The Buddha taught that even truth must be wrapped in compassion, the way medicine is wrapped in honey to ease its bitterness. When you speak kindly, people feel safe in your presence. They feel seen rather than judged. Speak helpfully. Much of what is said in the world is unnecessary gossip, criticism, complaints, comparisons, assumptions. These drain energy, scatter focus, and sow seeds of division. Helpful speech is speech that nourishes, uplifts, clarifies, or supports. It does not feed ego or conflict. It asks, will these words bring benefit? Will they ease suffering? If the answer is no, silence is wiser. Speak mindfully. Mindfulness in speech is the discipline of pausing before reacting. It means speaking from clarity, not from impulse. It means noticing the heat of anger before it spills out, noticing the urge to defend before it erupts into blame, noticing the desire to impress before it turns into exaggeration. Silence, when mindful, is not avoidance. It is wisdom taking its time. From these four foundations arises a kind of communication that is rare in our hurried world. When you speak with awareness, people feel respected. When you speak with clarity, people trust you. When you speak with compassion, people open their hearts. This is why right speech is not merely moral, it is transformative. Another deeper layer beneath right speech is the awareness that every word you speak shapes your karma. Words become habits. Habits become character. Character becomes destiny. When you practice right speech consistently, your life begins to reflect the harmony you cultivate. You become the person others come to for clarity when they feel confused. You become the calm presence others seek when overwhelmed. You become the one whose silence holds more meaning than another's argument. This quiet influence is perhaps the highest form of respect, not admiration based on performance or status, but trust, born from the steadiness of your presence. Right speech also builds bridges where others create conflicts. It softens tension, resolves misunderstandings, and prevents unnecessary suffering. The Buddha taught that wise speech is like a balm that cools the fires of the mind. When someone speaks harshly to you, and you respond with steadiness instead of retaliation, you break the cycle. And in breaking it, you reveal a strength far greater than anger could ever display. There will be moments when your silence is more courageous than speaking. Moments when your words carry the power to heal a wound that has lasted for years. Moments when a single sentence spoken in honesty and compassion becomes a turning point in someone's life. These are the moments where right speech becomes not just a practice, but a gift. And so as non-attachment frees the heart, right speech becomes the way that freedom expresses itself outwardly in how you speak, how you listen, how you honor others through your words. Hold this teaching gently. Speak only when your words are more beautiful than your silence. And when you speak, let your words reflect your awakening. There is a quiet strength that does not announce itself, does not rise with intensity, and does not demand recognition, the strength of patience. In the Buddha's teachings, patience is not merely endurance or passive waiting. It is an expression of deep understanding, compassion, and steadiness. It is the willingness to meet life as it is, instead of forcing it into what we wish it to be. And in a world driven by haste, urgency, and instant gratification, patience becomes a kind of rare elegance, a quality that draws profound respect. To grasp the essence of patience, imagine standing beside a river after heavy rain. The waters rush wildly, the currents unpredictable, the sound loud and restless. Over time, without any force or intervention, the waters settle. The debris drifts away, the surface smooths, and the river returns to clarity. You cannot rush this process. You cannot order the water to calm. It calms when conditions allow. Patience is the wisdom of knowing that clarity arises not through force, but through time, understanding, and quiet endurance. Many people mistake impatience for passion or strength. But impatience is actually a form of resistance to the present moment, resistance to impermanence, resistance to the pace of life. And resistance often breeds conflict, frustration, and suffering. Patience, on the other hand, is the soft power of acceptance. It is not the giving up of effort, but the giving up of tension. It is the space that allows change to unfold naturally. There once lived a calligrapher named Leora, known for her mastery of flowing lines and elegant characters. Her work seemed effortless strokes so fluid, they looked like they had been painted on a single breath. People admired her grace and often begged her to reveal her secret. What they did not see were the hundreds of scrolls hidden in a quiet room behind her workshop. Scrolls filled with mistakes, uneven strokes, trembling lines, failed attempts. One afternoon, an impatient young student named Aden asked Leora to teach him how to achieve such perfect strokes. He sat at her table, brush in hand, ready to impress. His lines were hurried, uneven, and full of strain. Each mistake frustrated him. After an hour, he slammed the brush down, declaring, "This is impossible, I'll never master it." Leora said nothing. Instead, she picked up a single sheet of blank rice paper and placed it between them. She dipped her brush in ink and waited. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Aden grew restless. "Why aren't you painting?" he demanded. She smiled gently. "Because my hand is still listening." Aden frowned. Listening to what? To my breath, to my mind, to the quiet between movements. If I begin before I am ready, the ink will show my impatience. She then swept the brush across the paper in one smooth motion, a stroke so serene it seemed alive. Calligraphy, she said, is the art of waiting. Not waiting without action, but waiting without force. When the mind is still, the hand follows. Aden glanced at his own scribbles, suddenly seeing not failure, but haste. Over the following months, he learned that mastery was not in the speed of the brush, but in the stillness of the mind. As he softened into patience with the ink, with the paper, with himself, his lines matured. People began to respect not only his skill, but his calm presence. In learning patience, he became a calmer human being, and in becoming calmer, he became more respected. This is the nature of patience. It transforms you from the inside. Patience is not only needed in skill or craft, it is essential in relationships. Every person you meet is carrying unseen burdens, private storms, hidden wounds. Impatience sharpens these wounds. Patience softens them. When you allow someone the space to express themselves without rushing them, you offer a rare kindness. When you let conversations unfold without demanding immediate answers, you give others the gift of safety. When you hold space for someone's growth instead of expecting instant change, you become a source of inspiration rather than pressure. This is why patience is deeply tied to compassion. Compassion sees suffering. Patience gives breathing room for healing. Patience also shapes the way we deal with setbacks. When life does not unfold according to our plans, impatience tells us we have failed. But patience teaches us to trust the process, to see challenges not as walls, but as thresholds, to understand that the seeds we plant today may take years to bloom, and that growth happens in silence as much as in action. There is an old teaching that says, "A tree does not grow by pulling at its branches, but by nourishing its roots." Impatience pulls the branches. Patience nourishes the roots. It is important to remember that patience is not passivity. It does not mean remaining silent in situations of harm or injustice. True patience is active. It is the ability to respond wisely, not react impulsively, to act with clarity, not aggression, to stand firm without hostility. A patient person is not someone who allows life to trample them. They are someone who sees the bigger picture and chooses their timing and actions with discernment. This kind of patience radiates strength. People trust those who do not crumble under pressure, who do not panic when things fall apart, who do not lash out when confronted with challenges. Such steadiness inspires respect far more deeply than force ever could. Patience also helps dissolve anger. When you pause before reacting, you give your wisdom time to speak. Anger clouds judgment, but patience clears the space where understanding can grow. The Buddha taught that anger is like holding a burning coal, hoping to throw it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned. Patience is the water that cools the coal before anyone is harmed. In the quiet practice of waiting, observing breathing, and responding rather than reacting, something profound awakens inside you: resilience. You discover that you can withstand discomfort, uncertainty, and delay without losing your center. This resilience becomes visible to others in your calm eyes, in your steady voice, in your thoughtful choices. People respect those who carry patience like a lantern in the storm. As we move deeper into these teachings, patience becomes the bridge connecting right speech, compassion, humility, and gratitude. Without patience, these qualities struggle to take root. With patience, they flourish naturally. Let this lesson settle gently within you. What grows slowly grows deeply. What grows deeply endures. And what endures commands respect without asking for it. Gratitude is the quiet turning of the heart toward what is already here. It is not loud or dramatic. It does not need applause or recognition. It is a gentle awareness, a way of seeing life that transforms the ordinary into the sacred. In the teachings of the Buddha, gratitude is more than a moral virtue. It is a form of awakening. To be grateful is to be awake to the interdependence of all things awake, to the countless causes and conditions that support your existence in every moment. When gratitude enters your life, something extraordinary happens. Dissatisfaction softens, comparison fades, and the constant hunger for more begins to quiet. Gratitude creates spaciousness in the mind, warmth in the heart, and clarity in one's vision. And a grateful person carries an aura that others instinctively feel, an aura of contentment, humility, and inner richness. This presence naturally earns respect, for gratitude makes one both grounded and generous. But gratitude is not simply listing blessings. It is not a forced positivity or a denial of pain. True gratitude coexists with sorrow. It holds both joy and suffering with tenderness. It is a practice of looking deeply, not superficially. To understand its depth, imagine a man named Jonah, who spent many years chasing success. He climbed ladders, set ambitious goals, and compared himself endlessly to others. But no matter what he achieved, a sense of emptiness persisted. One evening, after a particularly difficult day, Jonah visited his grandmother, a quiet woman known for her gentle wisdom. Seeing his exhaustion, she handed him a small wooden bowl. "This bowl," she said softly, "has been in our family for 3 generations. Do you know why we've kept it? Jonah examined it. The bowl was simple worn, not particularly valuable. I don't know, he said. Sentimental reasons. His grandmother shook her head. No, we kept it because it taught us gratitude. She pointed to a small crack near the rim. This crack happened during your great-grandfather's time. Instead of throwing it away, he would fill this bowl every morning with water, and before drinking he would say, I am grateful for this one moment that life allows me to be here. The bowl reminded him that even imperfect things can hold great meaning, that life, despite its flaws, offers gifts we often overlook. Jonah listened in silence. His grandmother continued, Gratitude is not about perfect circumstances. It is about recognizing the beauty that continues to exist despite imperfections. That night, as Jonah lay in bed, he felt something shift inside him. For the first time in years, he realized how much he'd ignored the warmth of his home, the friends who supported him, the food on his table, the simple ability to breathe, walk, and live another day. It was as if he had been walking through life with his eyes half closed, and gratitude slowly began to open them. Gratitude is at its core an act of seeing. Seeing the world not through the lens of lack, but through the lens of abundance. Each day is filled with unnoticed miracles, sunlight filtering through curtains, the rhythm of your breath, the sound of rain, the laughter of a child, the presence of someone who cares for you. Yet the mind conditioned by desire and comparison often overlooks all of it. To practice gratitude is to gently retrain the mind to recognize what is already sufficient. This practice begins simply. When you wake in the morning, feel the sensation of breath entering your lungs and say silently, I am grateful for this breath. When you eat, pause for one moment and acknowledge the hands, earth, and life that brought this food to your table. When someone offers kindness, however small, let it enter your heart fully. Do not rush past it. When challenges arise, try to look for the teaching hidden inside the difficulty. Gratitude does not mean enjoying the pain, but recognizing the growth that pain can inspire. Over time, something shifts. Gratitude stops being a practice and becomes a way of being. One of the deepest expressions of gratitude is recognizing interdependence, the understanding that nothing we have, nothing we are, exists in isolation. The Buddha taught that every existence is woven from countless threads of support. You are reading these words because of the teachers who taught you language, the trees that became paper, or the technology that supports your screen, the countless engineers, farmers, workers, thinkers, and even ancestors whose lives shaped yours. Gratitude dissolves the illusion of separateness. It opens the heart to humility. And humility is the fertile soil in which respect grows. People instinctively respect a person who acknowledges the contributions of others, who does not inflate their own importance, who recognizes that their life is upheld by unseen hands. Gratitude softens arrogance, quiets entitlement, and expands compassion. A grateful person is more patient because they see blessings even in delay. A grateful person is more forgiving because they understand human imperfection. A grateful person is more generous because they feel abundant rather than deprived. In this way, gratitude becomes a powerful force in relationships. When you express appreciation sincerely, not as flattery, but as genuine acknowledgement, you create connection. You make others feel valued, seen, and respected. This kind of appreciation often means more than grand gestures. Say thank you when someone offers their time. Acknowledge effort when others help you. Offer kindness when you see someone struggling. Recognize beauty in the small things people do. These gestures strengthen trust, deepen bonds, and create harmony. Gratitude also has the power to shift your inner landscape during difficult times. When pain arises, gratitude gently redirects your attention, not to deny the hardship, but to remind you that parallel to suffering, there is still goodness. Even in loss, there may be love. Even in failure, there may be learning. Even in sorrow, there may be clarity. Gratitude is the light that helps you walk through darkness without losing yourself. Those who can maintain gratitude in hard times possess a rare resilience. They inspire others. They are respected not because they avoid struggles, but because they move through them with grace. There is a saying, "The most beautiful hearts are those that remain grateful even in the storm." It is this quality, a quiet, steady gratitude, that makes a person trustworthy, admirable, and deeply respected. Gratitude is a path back to presence, to humility, to compassion. It shifts your identity from one who desires endlessly to one who appreciates deeply. In this way, gratitude becomes a form of enlightenment, not sudden or dramatic, but gentle and continuous. As you move forward, carry this teaching within you. When you begin to appreciate each moment, you begin to truly live. And when you truly live, respect naturally follows. Self-reflection is the quiet lantern we carry into the chambers of our own mind, a lantern that reveals not only our strengths and aspirations, but also our shadows, fears, and forgotten corners. In the teachings of the Buddha, self-reflection is not an act of self-criticism, nor is it a pursuit of perfection. It is a gentle returning, a sincere willingness to meet oneself with honesty and compassion. It is the art of looking inward so that outward actions may be rooted in wisdom rather than habit. When a person cultivates self-reflection, their presence changes. They become clear rather than confused, intentional rather than reactive, grounded rather than scattered. Such a person earns respect not because they claim superiority, but because they embody integrity, the alignment between what they say, what they feel, and what they do. To understand this more deeply, imagine a small village nestled between rolling hills. In this village lived Dara, a young woman known for her diligence and warmth. She worked hard in her family's shop, helped her neighbors, and carried a bright, approachable smile. Yet beneath the surface, Dara often felt overwhelmed. She would act quickly in moments of stress, speak before thinking, agree to things she did not want, and later regret her decisions. Her days were filled with movement, but her heart felt unsettled. One evening, after a particularly long day, Dara visited the old bridge that crossed the river. Beneath the moonlight, she watched the current ripple softly, carrying fallen leaves downstream. As she gazed at her reflection on the water's surface distorted by the flow, she realized something profound. Just like the river, her mind was constantly moving, yet she had never taken the time to look into its depths. She only met the world outwardly, never pausing to meet herself. Feeling a quiet pull, Dara sought guidance from a wandering monk who often stayed near the village's edge. The monk listened patiently as she spoke about her confusion, her habits, her scattered emotions. After a long silence, he handed her a small bowl filled with water. "Look," he said. Dara peered into the bowl. The surface danced with tiny ripples, blurring her reflection. "This," the monk said gently, "is how most people live. The mind, unsettled thoughts, disturbed emotions rippling endlessly. In such a state, one cannot see clearly. Decisions made from confusion create more confusion." Then he placed the bowl on the ground, allowing the water to become still. "Now look again," he whispered. Dara leaned forward. Her reflection appeared clearly calm, unmoving, steady. When the mind becomes still through self-reflection, he continued, clarity emerges. You begin to understand your motivations, your fears, your desires. You learn to see what is helpful and what is not. And from this clarity, wise choices arise naturally. Dara carried this teaching into her life with sincerity. Each evening she sat quietly with a journal and wrote about her day, not just what happened, but how she felt, why she reacted the way she did, what intentions guided her, where she struggled, and where she grew. Within weeks, she noticed subtle transformations. She became more aware of harmful patterns. She paused before speaking. She recognized the difference between genuine kindness and people-pleasing. She learned to acknowledge her emotions without being ruled by them. People began to notice. Her interactions deepened. Her presence steadied. And slowly, Dara found herself respected, not merely for her actions, but for her authenticity. Self-reflection at its heart is a form of emotional honesty. It is the courage to look within, without turning away even when the truth is uncomfortable. It is the wisdom to understand that growth is not a straight line, but a continuous unfolding. In the teachings of the Buddha, self-reflection develops three essential qualities. Clarity. When you examine your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors without judgment, you begin to see the patterns that shape your life. You start to differentiate between reaction and intention, between impulse and wisdom. Clarity allows you to choose your responses rather than becoming a prisoner of habit. Humility. To look inward with honesty is to acknowledge that you are a work in progress. It dissolves arrogance and nurtures humility. You recognize your imperfections without self-hate and your strengths without pride. This humility commands respect because it reflects authenticity. Responsibility. Self-reflection reveals the truth that your experiences, relationships, and challenges are influenced not only by external conditions, but also by your inner patterns. Instead of blaming others, you take responsibility for your growth. This responsibility is empowering. It transforms you from a victim of circumstances into a conscious creator of your life. But self-reflection is not simply thinking about your day. It requires presence, a gentle awareness that listens deeply to your own heart. It requires quiet spaces where truth can surface. It requires patience, for the mind does not open instantly. And it requires kindness, for harsh self-criticism closes the very doors we hope to open. A practical way to cultivate self-reflection is through mindful journaling. Each evening you may ask yourself, what stirred my emotions today? Where did I act from fear rather than wisdom? What intention guided my actions? Did my words reflect truth and kindness? What am I holding on to that no longer serves me? Where can I grow tomorrow? These simple questions illuminate the inner landscape. Over time, the layers of confusion peel away, revealing the deeper motivations beneath your behavior. Meditation also becomes a powerful ally. When you sit in silence observing your breath, your thoughts begin to slow. You begin to see the subtle movements of the mind, the judgments, the daydreams, the fears, the cravings. This awareness creates spaciousness, and in this space, self-reflection arises naturally. Another essential aspect of self-reflection is seeking feedback. Not all feedback is comfortable, but much of it holds truth. When approached with humility, feedback becomes a mirror that reveals blind spots. In the Buddha's time, monks practiced a ritual called pavarana, in which they invited others to point out their faults with compassion. This was not an act of shame, but of growth. To welcome feedback is to welcome transformation. Self-reflection also teaches us to learn from mistakes without sinking into guilt. Mistakes are inevitable. Suffering arises only when we cling to them. With self-reflection, a mistake becomes a teacher, not an enemy. You acknowledge it, learn from it, and release it. People respect those who can admit errors gracefully without defensiveness. A person who practices self-reflection becomes someone others can rely on. Their words match their actions. Their emotions do not control them. Their presence carries stability. They grow continuously, not because they chase perfection, but because they seek truth. Such a person inspires respect effortlessly. And there is another gift hidden within self-reflection: compassion. When you learn to recognize your own fears, wounds, and imperfections, you develop a deeper empathy for others. You understand that everyone is carrying something. You soften. You judge less. Your heart opens more easily. Self-reflection creates compassion, and compassion creates connection. It also sharpens your purpose. As you examine yourself honestly, you begin to understand what truly matters, what aligns with your values, what brings meaning to your life. And a person with purpose shines differently with quiet conviction rather than restless ambition. Self-reflection, then, is not a practice you do once. It is a lifelong companion. Some days it is clear and revealing. Other days it is clouded and challenging. But each moment of sincere observation strengthens your inner wisdom. Consider this truth. When you understand yourself, you understand the world. When you master yourself, you earn the respect of others. Self-reflection is the compass, the lantern, the quiet guide that helps you walk the path with clarity and grace. And so, with a heart open to understanding, we walk onward toward humility, generosity, and the next unfolding of wisdom. Right. Livelihood is the art of aligning your work with your values, a harmony between what you do and who you truly are. In the Buddhist teachings, this is not merely about choosing a career. It is about choosing a way of living that does not harm yourself or others, a way of living that reflects integrity, compassion, and wisdom. When a person's livelihood grows from such soil, their presence naturally earns respect, not through status or wealth, but through authenticity. In the modern world, where ambition often overshadows inner peace, where success is measured by speed rather than sincerity, this teaching becomes a profound invitation to slow down and reconsider the deeper purpose behind your work. It asks, what are you building with your life? And does it honor the truth of your heart? To understand right livelihood in a living way, imagine a young man named Kevin who worked in the bustling heart of a city. His job paid well, but it demanded that he constantly manipulate clients, exaggerating benefits, hiding flaws, pushing urgency. Kevin excelled at it, yet every evening as he returned home, a quiet heaviness settled in his chest. He often felt drained, not from the hours worked, but from the subtle dishonesty woven into every task. One morning, overwhelmed by fatigue, he took a rare day off. Wandering aimlessly, he stumbled upon a small tea house tucked between two tall buildings, a place he had never noticed before. The air inside was warm with the scent of jasmine, and an elderly woman sat behind the counter arranging ceramic cups. Kevin ordered tea, and as he sat in the corner watching her, he noticed how she moved with a peaceful rhythm. She poured water, slowly wiped the counter with care, and greeted each customer with gentle warmth. There was no rush in her movements, no tension in her smile. Something about her presence made Kevin feel as though time had softened. "Do you enjoy running this place?" he asked her. She smiled a smile that felt like sunlight through leaves. "Very much. It is simple work, but it brings peace. I serve tea, but I also serve calm. And that is enough. Kevin hesitated before admitting, "My work feels the opposite. It pays well, but I feel empty." The woman nodded knowingly. "Money feeds the body," she said, "but meaning feeds the heart. When your work harms your heart, wealth cannot repair the damage." She poured him another cup of tea and continued, "A livelihood is right when it allows your heart to remain clear, when your actions do not bring suffering to others, when you can look at what you do and feel that it adds something good, even if small, to the world." Kevin held the warm cup between his palms, feeling something inside him begin to shift. That moment was the beginning of a long, sincere journey. Over the next months, he explored different paths, sought advice, learned new skills, and confronted his fears about leaving a stable income. But the more he aligned his work with honesty and kindness, the lighter he felt. Eventually, he transitioned into a role where he supported community programs for youth, a job that paid less, but nourished his heart far more. People around him noticed the difference. His shoulders softened, his laughter returned, his presence warmed. He no longer walked through life with a shadow behind him. He walked with integrity. This is the essence of right livelihood, a life lived in alignment, a work that does not fracture the spirit, but supports it. Right livelihood blossoms from several spiritual qualities, each one subtle and interconnected. It grows from compassion, refusing to participate in work that harms others. It grows from mindfulness, staying aware of how your choices ripple outward. It grows from honesty, offering your abilities without manipulation or deceit. It grows from purpose, allowing your work to be an expression of your values. It grows from humility, recognizing that meaningful work need not be grand or praised. When livelihood flows from these qualities, you become a person others admire, not for what you earn, but for what you embody. People respect someone who speaks truthfully, even when dishonesty is easier. They respect someone who chooses kindness over profit. They respect someone who remains ethical when no one is watching. They respect someone who contributes to the world rather than extracting from it. And they especially respect someone who is brave enough to walk away from work that harms their peace. Right livelihood is not about prestige. It is about integrity. It is not about climbing ladders. It is about planting roots. It is not about proving your worth. It is about expressing your truth. In practice, right livelihood may appear in many forms. It may mean choosing work that benefits your community. It may mean creating art that uplifts rather than agitates. It may mean cultivating a business grounded in fairness. It may mean offering your skills without exploiting others. It may mean serving in roles that support healing, education, or well-being. But right livelihood is not restricted to a specific job. Even sweeping a floor, preparing meals, or tending a garden can be right livelihood when done with sincerity. Conversely, even a high-ranking profession can be wrong livelihood if built upon deception, exploitation, or harm. The Buddha taught that what matters is not the form of your work, but the intention behind it and the impact it creates. Right livelihood also brings deep peace. When your actions do not violate your conscience, your mind becomes lighter. You sleep soundly. Your heart feels spacious. There is no inner conflict between who you are and what you do. And this inner harmony radiates outward. People trust those whose lives reflect their values. They admire those who live with consistency. They feel safe around those who act from integrity. Right livelihood shapes not only how others see you, but how you see yourself. It builds a self-respect that does not rely on achievements or opinions, but on the quiet knowing that your life aligns with your principles. This alignment becomes a form of spiritual dignity, a dignity that cannot be purchased, demanded, or faked. Then there is a deeper layer. Right livelihood is also an offering. Every moment of mindful work becomes a contribution to the interconnected fabric of life. When you act with integrity, your actions ripple outward, touching others in ways you cannot fully see. A word spoken honestly, a task completed mindfully, a kindness offered sincerely, a service given wholeheartedly. These become blessings. In this way, right livelihood is not only how you earn a living, it is how you give life to others. And in that giving, the world quietly gives you something back: trust, respect, and a place of belonging. As we continue deeper into the teachings, right livelihood will naturally lead us toward forgiveness, generosity, contentment, and equanimity. Qualities that enrich both work and life, weaving together the inner and outer paths of awakening. Forgiveness is one of the most delicate and powerful teachings on the path of awakening. It is often misunderstood as something we do for others, when in truth, forgiveness is an offering we make to ourselves, a release that frees the heart from chains it has carried for far too long. In the Buddha's wisdom, forgiveness is not about erasing the past or pretending that harm never happened. It is the conscious decision to stop allowing old wounds to rule the present moment. And when a person learns to forgive themselves or others, they embody a kind of quiet strength that inspires deep respect. Forgiveness is not softness. It is courage. It is not weakness. It is wisdom. Only a strong heart can release what it has carried. Only an awakened heart knows when to set itself free. To understand the essence of forgiveness, imagine a man named Rowan, who lived near the edge of a forest. He carried within him an old bitterness years ago. A friend he trusted had betrayed him, leaving a wound that shaped the way he saw the world. Though time passed, the bitterness hardened, becoming a lens through which Rowan viewed every relationship. He distrusted kindness, recoiled from connection, and assumed the worst in people. He thought this guardedness made him strong, but in truth, it imprisoned him. One evening, Rowan encountered a traveling monk repairing a broken wooden gate near the village well. Rowan watched silently, noticing how the monk worked slowly, patiently, aligning each piece of wood with care. "Why bother?" Rowan finally asked. "The gate is old. It will only break again." The monk looked up with a soft smile. "It may, but repairing something that is broken teaches the hands gentleness, and gentleness teaches the heart freedom." Rowan frowned. "Freedom? From what?" The monk tapped the broken wood lightly. "From carrying what does not need to be carried." For reasons he did not fully understand, Rowan felt something inside him soften. Over the next days, he visited the monk, often drawn by his calm presence. Eventually, he confessed the story of his betrayal, the pain, the anger, the years of distrust. When he finished, the monk listened for a long, quiet moment. Then he said, "My friend, you have been holding a burning coal, hoping to throw it at the one who hurt you. But all this time, you have burned only yourself." These words pierced Rowan's heart. He realized how much of his suffering came not from the betrayal itself, but from the refusal to let go. Forgiveness does not change the past, but it changes the weight of the past. And so slowly, Rowan began the journey of releasing breath by breath, memory by memory. He did not rush. He did not force himself. Forgiveness rose gradually, like dawn light easing into the sky. As he released the bitterness, something remarkable happened. Rowan's presence changed. He became more open, more patient, more compassionate. The villagers, once unsure of him, began to seek his company. He became someone others trusted, not because he never suffered, but because he learned to transform suffering into wisdom. This is the power of forgiveness. Forgiveness unfolds in 3 directions, each one essential and deeply human. First, forgiveness toward others. This is recognizing that every person acts from their own pain, ignorance, or confusion. It does not mean approving harmful behavior or allowing mistreatment. Rather, it is understanding that holding resentment harms the bearer far more than the target. When you forgive, you reclaim your peace. Second, forgiveness toward oneself. Many people carry wounds they inflicted on themselves, mistakes, regrets, decisions they wish they could undo. But the Buddha taught that self-hatred is a barrier to awakening. You cannot grow while dragging chains of self-condemnation. Forgiving yourself is an act of compassion, a step toward inner healing. Third, forgiveness toward life itself. Life does not always unfold the way we wish. Plans collapse. Loved ones leave. Seasons change before we are ready. To forgive life is to accept that impermanence is not a punishment, but a natural truth. This acceptance breeds serenity. Forgiveness is not forgetting. It is remembering without bondage. Forgiveness is not excusing. It is understanding without allowing continued harm. Forgiveness is not instant. It is a slow, compassionate unraveling. When forgiveness becomes a way of being, the heart becomes spacious, no longer cramped by bitterness. People feel this spaciousness instantly. They sense that you do not carry hidden resentments, that you do not cling to old grudges. This makes your presence gentle and trustworthy. And there is another truth. A person who forgives becomes a person who can love freely. Without forgiveness, love becomes entangled, conditional, fragile. With forgiveness, love flows with clarity. In daily life, forgiveness appears in subtle forms, choosing to pause instead of reacting with old anger, choosing to speak with honesty without blaming, choosing to see someone's pain rather than only their actions, choosing to acknowledge your own mistakes with kindness, choosing to let a moment of irritation dissolve rather than grow. These are small acts, but each one strengthens your inner freedom. Forgiveness also requires discernment. It does not mean staying in harmful situations or tolerating abuse. True forgiveness allows release, but release may include stepping away, setting boundaries, or protecting one's well-being. This is not bitterness, it is wisdom. In Buddhism, forgiveness is often described as untying the knots of the heart. When the knots loosen, the heart expands. When the heart expands, compassion flourishes. And when compassion flourishes, respect follows naturally. People respect someone who carries no bitterness. They respect someone who can rise above hurt without becoming hardened. They respect someone who can transform pain into understanding. This is a noble strength, a deep moral beauty. Let this truth settle gently within you. Forgiveness is the bridge between suffering and peace, and those who walk this bridge become lights for others. As we continue our journey, forgiveness will naturally lead us into the teachings of contentment, generosity, equanimity, and inner peace. Each one another step toward becoming the kind of person whose presence inspires respect, harmony, and wisdom. Contentment is the gentle art of resting in the sufficiency of the present moment, not by shrinking your dreams, but by expanding your gratitude. In the Buddha's teachings, contentment is not laziness, resignation, or the abandonment of growth. It is the wisdom of knowing that peace does not come from acquiring more, but from appreciating what already supports your life. It is a deep exhale after years of holding your breath. A contented person carries a rare calmness, a quiet radiance that others instinctively trust. They do not rush, grasp, or envy. Their presence feels like sitting beside a calm lake still full, needing nothing to be complete. And this tranquility naturally inspires respect, for contentment reflects inner mastery. To understand contentment, deeply imagine a woman named Alara, who lived in a coastal town known for its shimmering dawns. She worked as a craftswoman, weaving seagrass baskets to sell at the market. Her life was simple, but her heart was often restless. Every day she looked at merchants arriving from larger cities, their elaborate caravans, expensive goods, and endless customers. She envied their wealth, imagining how peaceful her life would be if only she had what they had. Her restlessness grew until it overshadowed her joy. She compared herself constantly, dismissed her own progress, and felt incomplete even on peaceful days. She believed contentment would come after she achieved more success, more comfort, more recognition. One evening, conflicted and tired, Alara walked along the shoreline. The tide was low, revealing smooth stones scattered across the wet sand. An elderly fisherman sat nearby, mending his net as the sky dimmed. His movements were slow and deliberate, each knot tied with deep care. Alara approached him. "How do you always seem so peaceful?" she asked. "You have so little, yet you smile more than anyone I know." The fisherman looked up, eyes reflecting the fading gold of the sky. "Peace does not come from what I have," he said gently. "It comes from how I look at what I have." She frowned. "But don't you wish you had more? A bigger boat, safer nets, a larger home?" The man chuckled softly. "Of course desires appear, but I do not give them the power to steal the joy of what is already here." He gestured toward the sea. "The tide comes in and out. Some days I catch many fish, some days none. If I anchor my happiness to the tides, I will suffer endlessly. But if I anchor it to the miracle of being alive, of having hands to mend nets, of watching the sun rise and set, then I am never poor." Alara stood speechless. The fisherman continued tying another knot. "Contentment," he said, "is not the end of ambition. It is the end of craving. You can grow, dream, and improve, but from a place of fullness rather than lack." That night, Alara returned home with a new softness in her heart. For the first time in years, she looked at her modest workshop and felt gratitude instead of disappointment. She noticed the steady rhythm of her breathing, the warmth of her lamp, the baskets she had made with her own skillful hands. She realized she had been walking through abundance while believing she was empty. As weeks passed, Alara embraced a new rhythm of life, one rooted in appreciation rather than comparison. She still worked hard, but her work no longer came from fear of scarcity. People at the market noticed the shift. Her presence grew warm, calm, magnetic. Her baskets, once rushed, became more detailed, more expressive. Customers sensed something grounded in her, something peaceful, and they respected her all the more. This is the essence of contentment, a wealth that cannot be purchased, a dignity that cannot be claimed, a serenity that cannot be imitated. The Buddha taught that contentment emerges when we release compulsive wanting, that constant gnawing feeling that we need one more thing before we can be happy. This wanting creates exhaustion, envy, and dissatisfaction, no matter how much we accumulate. But contentment grows from understanding the truth of enough. Enough does not mean nothing else matters. It means the present moment already contains blessings worthy of recognition. Contentment creates three powerful transformations. Contentment dissolves comparison. Comparison is the thief of peace. It blinds you to your own blessings. Contentment shifts your attention inward, helping you see your own unique path rather than measuring it against others. Contentment frees you from craving. Craving is a flame that consumes without satisfaction. When contentment grows, craving softens. You stop chasing constant stimulation and begin savoring the subtle joys that were always around you. Contentment makes joy accessible. Instead of waiting for the next achievement, next purchase, next compliment, you begin to experience joy in ordinary moments, breathing, walking, eating, resting, connecting. And this joy, being quiet and steady, earns deep respect. Contentment is not passive. It does not mean refusing growth. In fact, contentment strengthens growth because it turns growth into an expression of creativity rather than desperation. A content person can pursue goals without anxiety, can work hard without being enslaved by the outcome, can change without rejecting the present. People admire someone who grows from fullness rather than scarcity. Contentment also creates emotional stability. When you no longer rely on external conditions for happiness, you become less reactive to change. You meet challenges with grace. You adapt without losing your center. This sturdiness inspires trust. People feel safe around someone who is not constantly shaken by circumstances. To cultivate contentment, you can begin with quiet, simple practices. When you wake up, place a hand over your heart and acknowledge one thing you already have that brings peace. When you eat, give mindful thanks for the countless lives and elements that made the meal possible. When you feel envy, pause and breathe. Recognize that it arises from illusion, not truth. When you feel restless, remember the tide always moving, yet always returning. When you reflect at night, ask yourself, what was enough today? What blessed me quietly? What beauty did I overlook? Slowly, contentment begins to grow like a garden cared for gently each day. It does not bloom all at once, but when it does, the entire landscape of your inner world transforms. And here lies the deeper truth. Contentment does not make you small. It makes you whole. It allows you to walk through life with steady steps, with a heart that is neither grasping nor resisting. It makes you someone others admire, not because of possessions, but because of presence. Not because of achievements, but because of ease. Not because of perfection, but because of peace. Hold this teaching close. A contented heart is a magnet for respect. A restless heart is a magnet for suffering. May your life become a gentle journey toward enough, and in that enoughness, may you discover an inner wealth that never fades. Generosity is the natural flowering of a peaceful heart, a heart that knows it is already full, already whole, already supported by countless unseen forces. In the Buddha's teachings, generosity dana is not merely the act of giving material things. It is the willingness to open one's heart to offer presence, kindness, patience, understanding, and compassion without expecting anything in return. Generosity is the antidote to the tightness of craving and the isolation of self-centeredness. And when practiced sincerely, it becomes one of the most powerful ways to earn the respect and trust of others. A generous person does not give to impress or to gain praise. They give because they recognize the shared humanity that binds all beings. They give because their heart cannot remain closed once it understands that every life is interconnected. They give because they have realized a quiet truth. When we open our hands, our hearts open too. To understand the transformative nature of generosity, imagine a quiet mountain village where winters were long and harsh. In this village lived a young man named Theo, known for his skill in carving wooden bowls. His craftsmanship was extraordinary, each bowl smooth-balanced and beautifully shaped. Theo sold his work in nearby towns and hoped one day to become famous for his artistry. One winter, a fierce storm struck the village. Snow piled against doors, winds howled through the night, and many families struggled to keep warm. The next morning, Theo found an elderly neighbor collapsed near his doorstep, weakened from cold and hunger. Without hesitation, Theo brought the man inside, wrapped him in blankets, and stirred a pot of warm broth. As they spoke quietly by the fire, the old man's voice trembled. "I had nothing left to eat," he confessed. "My firewood ran out yesterday." Theo's heart tightened. He knew the man had no family, no support. Without thinking about the cost, he gathered several bundles of his own firewood wood he had reserved for carving and brought them to the man's home. He also gifted him one of his finest bowls, along with enough food for several days. When Theo returned to his workshop, he felt an unexpected lightness. The firewood he had given away no longer felt like a loss. Instead, he felt as though something in his heart had expanded. Days later, as the storm softened and the sun returned, the villagers learned about Theo's generosity. Some brought him fresh produce. Others offered help with repairs. A traveling merchant heard the story and visited Theo, curious about the young craftsman with the generous heart. When he saw Theo's bowls, he offered to take them to distant markets, saying, "People will feel your spirit in your work." Over time, Theo's bowls became known not only for their craftsmanship, but for the kindness woven into their story. Customers said they could feel warmth in the smooth curve of the wood, as if each bowl carried a piece of Theo's heart. Theo understood then that generosity had not diminished his fortune, it had shaped it. This is the silent power of giving. What we release in kindness returns to us in ways far deeper than material gain. In Buddhism, generosity is considered the first perfection paramita because it opens the door to all other virtues. A generous heart cannot remain narrow. It becomes spacious enough to hold patience, compassion, equanimity, and wisdom. Generosity takes many forms, each one equally valuable. Material generosity, offering what you can to those in need without expecting repayment. Emotional generosity, giving your attention, understanding, and compassion. Time generosity, offering your presence to someone who feels alone. Skill generosity, sharing your knowledge without holding it tightly. Forgiveness generosity, releasing resentment to heal yourself and others. Kindness generosity, offering gentle words, smiles, or acts that ease another's burden. One of the most profound forms of generosity is the willingness to simply be present. In a rushed world, presence is rare. When you listen deeply, without interrupting, without judging, you are giving something precious, the sense that someone matters. And people respect those who make them feel valued. Generosity also transforms the giver. When you give, your heart expands. When you release something willingly, you loosen the grip of fear and scarcity. Each act of giving is a small training in freedom, the Buddha taught. If you knew what I know about the power of giving, you would not let a single meal pass without sharing. Not because giving impresses others, but because it liberates the heart. This liberation creates inner abundance, a sense that you have enough, that you are enough, that the world is not a battlefield, but a shared home. A person with inner abundance naturally earns respect. Others trust them because they act from sincerity, not from hidden motives. Generosity also deepens connection. When you give without expectation, people sense your authenticity. They feel safe, welcomed, appreciated. Barriers fall, trust grows, community strengthens. This is why generosity is a foundational pillar of respect. We respect those who uplift us. We respect those who lighten our burdens. We respect those who give without keeping score. A generous heart creates a generous world. To cultivate generosity in daily life, begin simply. Offer a sincere compliment when moved to. Give your time when someone needs a listener. Share knowledge freely instead of guarding it. Donate gently used belongings instead of letting them gather dust. Practice kind speech. Words can heal more deeply than gifts. Offer forgiveness where resentment has lingered too long. Most importantly, give without expecting anything in return. Giving with expectation becomes debt. Giving with openness becomes compassion. As generosity grows, your heart becomes like a quiet fountain, always flowing, always refreshing, always nourishing whoever comes near. And from such a heart, respect arises like fragrance from a blooming lotus. Because in truth, the most respected people in the world are not those who have accumulated the most, but those who have given the most of themselves. Hold this teaching close. What you keep diminishes. What you give expands. And in expanding others' lives, your own life becomes immeasurably full. Equanimity is the quiet summit of the heart, the place where calm remains, even when winds of change howl across the landscape of life. In the Buddha's teachings, equanimity, upekkha, is the balance that allows us to face joy and sorrow, gain and loss, praise and blame with a steady mind. It is not indifference, not numbness, not emotional withdrawal. It is the deep wisdom of knowing that everything changes, that we cannot control the world, but we can learn to meet it with clarity, compassion, and steadiness. A person who cultivates equanimity earns respect not through intensity, but through calm presence. Others feel safe around them. Their steadiness becomes a refuge, their clarity a guiding light. They are not shaken by every storm, and this groundedness becomes a strength others instinctively admire. To understand the living essence of equanimity, imagine a skilled glassblower named Nail, who worked in a small workshop near the foothills of a misty mountain range. His creations were exquisite, fragile, yet elegant, perfectly formed spheres that shimmered with color. People traveled long distances to purchase his pieces. But Nail carried a burden. He tied his happiness tightly to the outcome of his work. If a piece turned out flawless, he felt proud and energized. If one cracked, he sank into frustration, sometimes anger. His mood rose and fell like a ship in rough waves carried by every success and failure. One day, while shaping a particularly delicate sphere, the glass unexpectedly split down the middle. Nail's heart sank. In a surge of frustration, he threw his tools aside, his breath sharp and shallow. An elderly woman had been watching quietly from the doorway. She approached him with gentle steps and said, "Your work is beautiful, Nail, but your piece is fragile." He looked up, confused. "How can I stay calm when things break? How can I be peaceful when perfection slips from my hands?" The woman smiled softly. "Come with me, and I will show you something." She led him through a nearby forest to a cliff overlooking a valley. Below them, a river twisted through the landscape. Some sections were calm, others churned with rapids, yet the river continued unbroken. "Look at the river," she said. "It does not resist its nature. In calm waters it flows. In turbulence it flows. It does not cling to smoothness nor fight the rocks. It simply moves with what is." Nail watched the river for a long moment. But what does that have to do with my work? The woman placed a hand over her heart. You judge each moment of your life as good or bad, just as you judge each piece of glass as success or failure. When you cling to these judgments, you lose your balance. Equanimity is learning to let each moment flow as it is without demanding it to be different. Nail breathed slowly, letting the truth settle. The river did not try to control its path, it simply continued. In the weeks that followed, Nail practiced meeting each moment with more acceptance. When a piece shattered, he paused and breathed, recognizing that breakage was part of the craft. When a piece turned out beautifully, he appreciated it without letting pride inflate his heart. Over time, his mind became steadier, his emotions less stormy, his work more peaceful. His customers noticed a new depth in his creations, as though his calmness had flowed into the glass itself. Thus, Nail learned that equanimity is not the absence of emotion, but the freedom from being ruled by emotion. In the teachings of the Buddha, equanimity is described as the stable center of the spinning world. Life constantly shifts around us, pleasure and pain, success and failure, praise and criticism, connection and loss. Equanimity allows us to meet all these with a balanced heart. This balance arises from 4 deep insights. The insight of impermanence. Everything changes: emotions, circumstances, relationships, even our own thoughts. When we truly understand this, we stop fighting change and begin to flow with it. The insight of non-control. We influence our lives, but we do not control everything. When we release the illusion of total control, anxiety softens and acceptance grows. The insight of compassion. Equanimity is not cold neutrality. It is warm presence. It allows us to care deeply without collapsing, to love fully without clinging. The insight of perspective. When we pause and breathe, we see the bigger picture. We realize that not every emotion deserves a reaction. Not every setback defines our life. Not every praise defines our worth. From these insights, equanimity emerges slowly, like dawn light expanding across the sky. A person who practices equanimity becomes steady even when others around them are overwhelmed. Their calmness becomes a stabilizing force. People naturally gravitate to those who can navigate chaos with grace. Equanimity allows you to respond instead of react, listen instead of defend, observe instead of absorb, act wisely instead of impulsively. This presence commands respect, not through authority, but through authenticity. Equanimity also deepens relationships. When you remain calm during conflict, others soften. When you listen without reacting, others feel seen. When you let people be who they are without forcing change, trust grows. When you hold your own emotions with gentleness, others feel safe around you. Equanimity is a kind of quiet love, the love that accepts without gripping, supports without smothering, and stands firm without shouting. To cultivate equanimity in daily life, you can practice simple but powerful methods. Pause before reacting. A single breath can transform the entire moment. Observe emotions without judgment. Allow them to rise and fall like waves. Use suffering as a teacher. Each challenge reveals where your attachments and fears are. Practice letting go of outcomes. Do your best, then release the rest. Meditate on the breath or body. These practices anchor the mind in the present. Repeat silently. May I remain balanced. May I remain peaceful. May I remain open. With time, these practices create inner stability. Equanimity is a noble quality, not flashy, not dramatic, but profoundly transformative. It gives you the strength to meet life with a calm heart. It allows you to love without fear, act without ego, and walk through challenges with dignity. People respect someone who remains centered in chaos, someone who holds wisdom in their silence, someone who does not break under pressure. This respect arises naturally like a reflection on still water. Hold this teaching close. When the mind becomes the quiet mountain, the winds of life can no longer shake it. And as your heart grows steady, the world will feel your peace and honor it. Inner peace is not the absence of noise, nor the escape from life's challenges. It is the gentle, steady flame that remains lit even as the winds of change blow fiercely around it. In the Buddhist teachings, inner peace is not something to be chased. It is something to be uncovered. It already exists within you, hidden beneath layers of fear, desire, regret, expectation, and noise. The journey is not about adding anything new, but about softening what obscures your natural calm. A person who carries inner peace does not radiate dramatic confidence or loud charisma. Instead, they emanate a quiet strength, a groundedness that others instinctively trust. Their presence soothes rather than sparks tension. Their voice carries steadiness. Their gaze is gentle. In their company, you feel safe, not because they try to impress, but because they are at ease with themselves. And this ease is one of the most respected qualities a human being can embody. To understand the nature of inner peace, imagine a young scholar named Kieran, who lived in a bustling city filled with ceaseless movement, merchants shouting carts, clattering arguments, rising music spilling from taverns. Kieran studied philosophy and prided himself on his intellect, but inside he felt restless. At night, his mind churned with worry. During the day, he felt irritated by the noise around him. He longed for stillness, but believed peace was impossible in such a chaotic world. One afternoon, overwhelmed by anxiety, Kieran left the city and wandered into a forest path he had never taken before. There he found a small hut beside a creek. An elderly hermit sat outside, weaving reeds into a long mat. His movements were slow, patient, almost meditative. Kieran approached him. "Do you live out here alone?" he asked. The hermit nodded. "For many years." Kieran sighed. "You are fortunate. Out here it is so peaceful. In the city, peace is impossible." The hermit looked at him with kind eyes. "Is it the city that is loud?" he asked, "or your mind?" Kieran frowned. "My mind. It's the crowds, the shouting, the chaos." The hermit shook his head. "There is a stream across from my hut," he said. "Sometimes it is calm. Sometimes it floods with roaring water. But I do not blame the stream for its sounds. The stream is simply itself. Peace comes from learning how to listen without being shaken." Kieran sat down, confused but curious. The hermit continued, "Close your eyes and listen." Kieran obeyed. He heard the gurgling water, the rustle of leaves, distant bird calls. The hermit then said, "Now listen beneath the sounds." Kieran tried. At first, only noise. Then slowly, he noticed something else, a soft, steady hum, as if the earth itself breathed calmly beneath the movement. That hum, the hermit whispered, is always there. Beneath every noise in the world, beneath every chaos, beneath every thought. Most people hear only the surface, but peace is found by listening to what lies under it. Kieran opened his eyes, tears glimmering. "I have been looking for silence in the wrong places." The hermit smiled gently. "Silence is not outside you. Peace is not the absence of sound or challenge. It is the space within you that does not shake even when the world does." Kieran returned to the city days later. but something in him had changed. The noise was still there, but it no longer entered his heart. He heard it, but he wasn't moved by it. Slowly, he became known as the calmest scholar in the academy, not because his life quieted, but because his mind did. Inner peace arises from several profound understandings. The understanding that thoughts are not commands. The mind produces endless waves of stories, fears, replayed memories, imagined futures. But thoughts only have power when we cling to them. When you observe thoughts instead of merging with them, your mind becomes spacious like a sky that allows clouds to pass without reacting. The understanding that emotions are temporary. Anger, fear, sadness. They arise like weather. They stay for a time and dissolve. Inner peace grows when you stop fighting emotions and instead allow them to flow through with awareness and compassion. The understanding that the present moment is enough. Restlessness comes from living in the past or grasping toward the future. Peace grows when you gently return to the breath, the body, the now. The understanding that control is an illusion. Much suffering comes from trying to force life to match our expectations. When we surrender the need to control every outcome, a great softening occurs. Life becomes lighter. Inner peace is not passive. It requires effort, discipline, and tenderness. It is practiced through mindful breathing, allowing the breath to anchor you. Meditation, returning again and again to awareness. Letting go, releasing stories that imprison the mind. Acceptance, meeting life as it is, not as we demand it to be. Compassion, softening toward yourself and others. With time, you begin to notice moments of quiet, even in crowded spaces, moments of clarity, even in confusion, moments of stillness, even during difficulty. These small openings grow like seeds sprouting through soil. A person with inner peace becomes someone others depend on, not because they fix everything, but because their presence itself is healing. When they speak with clarity. When they listen fully. When they act with intention. When challenges arise, they remain centered. People respect those who are not easily shaken. They respect those who remain kind under pressure. They respect those who carry calm like a lantern in the dark. Inner peace is not loud, but it is powerful. To cultivate inner peace in your life, try simple daily practices. When you wake up, take 3 slow breaths and feel your body soften. When you eat, taste your food without distraction. When you feel anger rise, pause and place a hand on your heart. When you feel overwhelmed, return to your breath. When you walk, feel each step without rushing. When you lay down at night, forgive the day for its imperfections. These small acts form the foundation of great tranquility. The Buddha taught that true peace comes not from escaping the world, but from understanding it deeply, honestly, compassionately. When you see the nature of things, peace arises naturally. Between stimulus and response, peace waits. Between the past and the future, peace waits. Between your thoughts, peace waits. Peace is not a destination. It is a return to your natural, undisturbed state. Hold this teaching close. When the heart becomes its own refuge, nothing outside can disturb its peace. And those who carry such peace become lights in this world, steady, calm, and deeply respected. Mindful consumption is one of the most overlooked yet deeply transformative teachings on the path of awakening. It extends far beyond food or material goods. It touches everything we absorb into our inner world: conversations, entertainment, emotions, information, relationships, and even the silent attitudes we take in without noticing. The Buddha taught that the mind becomes what it consumes, just as the body becomes the food it eats. What we allow through the gates of our senses shapes our thoughts, habits, and ultimately, our destiny. In a world overflowing with stimulation, constant news, never-ending feeds, advertisements engineered to provoke craving, mindful consumption becomes an act of liberation. It protects the mind, purifies the heart, and preserves inner clarity. And a person who cultivates mindful consumption naturally earns respect, for they move through life with discernment, integrity, and deep intentionality. To understand this teaching, imagine a young woman named Leora, who lived in a busy city filled with glowing screens and endless noise. She worked long hours and spent her evenings scrolling through her phone, jumping from one video to another, one article to the next. Without realizing it, her mind became cluttered, filled with comparison, restlessness, subtle anxiety. She struggled to sleep, and her thoughts flickered like scattered leaves in the wind. One weekend, feeling drained, Leora visited her uncle, a retired monk who lived in a quiet cottage at the forest's edge. As she stepped inside, she noticed how peaceful the space felt. There were no televisions, no buzzing devices, no overwhelming sounds, only the gentle crackle of a small fire and the earthy scent of herbs drying by the window. Her uncle prepared tea and invited her to sit. After a long silence, he asked gently, "What have you been feeding your mind, child?" Leora blinked. I don't know what you mean." The old monk pointed to a small bowl on the table filled with clear water. "This is your mind before the world enters." Then, from a pouch, he took a pinch of black soil and dropped it into the bowl. The water immediately darkened. "This," he continued, "is what happens when you consume negativity, violent news, harmful conversations, gossip, anger, comparison. Each little drop seems small, but over time the mind becomes cloudy." Leora watched the water spiral with darkness. Her uncle then poured clean water into another bowl, dropping fragrant jasmine petals into it. Slowly, the water filled with delicate scent and beauty. "And this," he said, "is mindful consumption. Choosing what nourishes your heart, what helps you grow, what brings clarity, kindness, and peace." Leora stared at the two bowls, one clouded, one luminous, and felt an ache of recognition. For years, she had fed her mind without awareness. She had given her attention to anything that captured her impulses, without asking whether it nourished her or harmed her. That evening, she decided to change. She chose her inputs carefully, reducing the noise, filtering what she exposed herself to. Spending more time in silence, reading meaningful words, engaging with uplifting conversations, letting nature become her companion. Within a few months, her mind felt lighter, her heart steadier, her presence more grounded, and others began to notice, not because she said anything, but because she radiated a quiet clarity. Mindful consumption has several dimensions, each one profoundly important. Consuming food with awareness. Food is not simply fuel, it is life energy. Mindful eating means choosing nourishment that supports health and vitality, honoring the countless lives, plant, animal, human, that brought that meal to your plate. When you eat with gratitude and moderation, your body responds with balance and strength. Consuming media with discernment. Every image, sentence, or video you watch plants seeds in your mind. Ask yourself, does this uplift me? Does it distort my peace? Does it awaken wisdom or confusion? Mindful media consumption protects the mind from unnecessary agitation. Consuming conversations with intention. Some conversations uplift, clarify, and inspire. Others drain, scatter, and poison. Being mindful about whom you share your time with and how deeply you let their words enter becomes essential for inner well-being. Consuming emotions consciously. Emotions pass through us, but we often cling to them or feed them unconsciously. Mindful consumption means noticing emotions, but not fueling those that harm resentment, jealousy, bitterness, self-loathing, while nourishing those that heal, compassion, patience, trust, forgiveness. Consuming thoughts with awareness. Not every thought deserves your belief. Many are echoes of old wounds or societal conditioning. Mindful consumption allows you to choose which thoughts to water and which to let wither. Consuming time meaningfully. Time is the most delicate nourishment of all. How you spend it shapes your character. A mindful person knows how precious each hour is and invests it wisely. When you cultivate mindful consumption, several transformations unfold. You become calmer because your mind is no longer overloaded. You become wiser because your choices are intentional. You become more compassionate because your heart is no longer numbed by noise. You become more grounded because your attention is no longer scattered. You become more respected because people sense your clarity and discipline. Mindful consumption influences not only how you feel, but how you are perceived. People instinctively respect those who do not react impulsively, who do not drown in distraction, who do not allow every passing influence to shape them. Your presence becomes steady. Your decisions become thoughtful. Your words become deliberate. Your energy becomes clean. A person who consumes mindfully becomes someone who does not fall prey to every trend, every drama, every emotional whirlwind. They move through life with intention rather than impulse. Such a person becomes rare, and in being rare, they become deeply admired. To practice mindful consumption, begin with small yet powerful steps. Pause before engaging with any input food media conversation and ask, will this nourish me or deplete me? Limit your exposure to noise, mental, emotional, and digital. Spend more time in silence, the deepest nourishment of all. Choose books, music, and content that elevate your mind. Be selective with conversations. Avoid gossip and negativity. Create spaces at home free of clutter and constant stimulation. Walk in nature, letting your senses absorb peace instead of chaos. Slowly, your inner world becomes spacious. Slowly, clarity returns. Slowly, your heart renews itself. This clarity becomes part of who you are. People will notice that your presence feels lighter, your decisions wiser, your energy more wholesome. This is the power of mindful consumption. It transforms not only the mind, but the entire radiance of a person. Hold this teaching close. You become what you consume. Choose nourishment over noise and peace over chaos. And as your inner world becomes clear, the outer world will reflect that clarity back to you through trust, respect, and harmony. Kindness is one of the most radiant qualities a human being can embody. It needs no grand gesture, no elaborate effort, no stage upon which to shine. It is subtle yet powerful, soft yet transformative. In the Buddha's teachings, kindness metta is not merely an emotion. It is a practice, a discipline, a way of seeing the world. It is the deliberate choice to soften when everything in you wants to harden, to extend warmth where others extend judgment, to offer understanding instead of indifference. A person who practices genuine kindness becomes magnetic, not because they seek admiration, but because they make others feel seen. Not because they try to impress, but because their presence eases the tension in a room. And few qualities in this world command respect as naturally as a kind heart. To understand the quiet power of kindness, imagine a tailor named Riven who worked in a small market town. He was skillful, meticulous, and known for stitching garments that fit so comfortably they felt like second skin. But customers valued him for more than his craftsmanship. They appreciated his gentle nature. He spoke with warmth, listened attentively, and treated everyone regardless of wealth or status with the same sincere care. One winter, a traveling merchant arrived in the village. His coat was torn, his boots were worn thin, and exhaustion weighed heavily on his face. He entered Riven's shop and asked how much it would cost to repair his coat. Riven examined the garment and saw that it required extensive work. The merchant's eyes dimmed when Riven gave the price. "I don't have that much," he admitted quietly. Riven paused. He saw the man's trembling hands, the weariness in his posture, the way he clutched the coat, not out of vanity, but necessity to survive the cold. Without hesitation, Riven said, "Leave it with me. Come back tomorrow." When the merchant returned the next day, Riven handed him the coat fully repaired, lined with extra padding, strengthened with new stitching. The merchant was shocked. This is far more work than I paid for." Riven smiled. "It is winter. A man on the road needs warmth. Consider the extra my gift." Tears gathered in the merchant's eyes. He bowed deeply, unable to find words. Weeks passed and Riven forgot about the incident. But one morning, a wagon rolled into town filled with fine fabrics, silks, linens, rich threads, all delivered to Riven's door. A note lay atop them. "Your kindness warmed a traveler's life. May this gift warm your craft." The merchant, now safely home, had sent the finest materials from his trade routes. Riven's gentle act returned to him in abundance, not because he sought reward, but because kindness naturally multiplies. This is the truth the Buddha taught: kindness given freely never disappears. It moves through the world and returns in unexpected forms. Kindness is not weakness. It takes strength to remain gentle in a harsh world, courage to stay soft amid judgment and wisdom, to choose compassion when frustration feels easier. Kindness is not about being agreeable or avoiding conflict. It is about approaching every moment with an intention to reduce suffering rather than increase it. A kind person is not naive. They are deeply aware. They see others' struggles, vulnerabilities, and humanity. This awareness opens the door to compassion, and compassion opens the door to connection. Kindness manifests in many forms. Kindness of speech. A gentle word can soften anger. A sincere compliment can brighten a day. A mindful silence can prevent harm. Words have the power to heal or to wound. Kindness chooses healing. Kindness of action. Holding a door, helping someone carry a burden. Offering assistance without being asked. These small gestures reveal a heart attentive to others. 3. Kindness of presence. Often the greatest kindness is simply being there, listening without interrupting, sitting with someone in their pain, offering your time when it is easiest to withdraw. Kindness of thought. Even unseen kindness matters. When your thoughts toward others are gentle, your actions and expressions naturally follow. Kindness toward oneself. The Buddha emphasized that you cannot pour from an empty vessel. Self-kindness. Rest, forgiveness. Patience strengthens your ability to offer kindness to the world. A person who embodies kindness becomes a source of refuge. Others trust them. They feel safe sharing their worries, asking for guidance, or simply spending time in their presence. Kindness builds bridges where resentment builds walls. People respect someone who treats everyone, young or old, rich or poor, familiar or stranger, with equal dignity. Such a person rises above ego, above prejudice, above the smallness of judgment. Kindness creates an energy that lingers. People remember how you made them feel long after they forget what you said. They remember your warmth long after they forget your appearance. They remember your generosity long after they forget the details. Kindness becomes the legacy of the heart. Yet kindness must be balanced with wisdom. It is not about allowing yourself to be harmed, drained, or exploited. Wise kindness knows when to set boundaries. It understands that helping someone is not always the same as enabling them. True kindness nurtures growth in yourself and others. To cultivate wise kindness, consider these gentle practices. Pause before speaking. Let your words pass through the filter of compassion. Look for opportunities to help that cost little but mean much. Acknowledge others' efforts. Appreciation is a powerful form of kindness. When irritated, breathe deeply before responding. Often, irritation is a call for patience. Practice small daily gestures. A smile, a thank you, a moment of attention. Treat yourself with the same gentleness you offer others. Over time, kindness becomes natural, not forced, not performative, not conditional. It flows from within like a clear spring. And in a world thirsty for compassion, such a spring draws admiration. Here lies the deeper truth. Kindness is the most accessible form of greatness. It requires no wealth, no status, no special skill, only the willingness to open your heart. When you walk with kindness, you carry the light of the Buddha's teachings within you. And those who walk with light are naturally respected, naturally cherished, naturally remembered. May your life become a quiet beacon of kindness, softening the world one gentle action at a time. Self-compassion is the tender art of returning home to yourself, not only when you succeed, not only when you shine, but especially when you stumble, falter, or fall short of your own expectations. In the Buddha's teachings, self-compassion is not selfishness, indulgence, or weakness. It is the deep understanding that you too are a human being worthy of kindness. It is the realization that healing begins within, not outside. And it is the recognition that you cannot offer authentic compassion to others if you deny it to yourself. A person who practices self-compassion carries a different kind of presence. They are grounded without being rigid, gentle without being fragile, confident without being arrogant. When others see someone who treats themselves with dignity and care, they sense emotional maturity, a quality that inspires genuine respect. To understand the transformative nature of self-compassion, imagine a young painter named Solène. Her work was expressive, full of color and emotion. Yet despite her talent, Solène was relentlessly harsh toward herself. If a painting did not turn out perfectly, she called herself worthless. If she received even mild criticism, she spiraled into self-doubt. Her inner voice was colder than any external judgment she ever faced. One afternoon, while painting near a quiet lake, Solène became frustrated with a canvas that refused to match her vision. In anger, she threw the brush to the ground. As she did, an elderly man who often fished nearby approached her with a calm smile. "Beautiful colors," he said. Solène scoffed. "It's terrible. I can't get anything right today." The man leaned down and gently picked up the fallen brush. "If a friend spoke to you the way you speak to yourself," he asked softly, "would you consider them kind?" Solène froze. "No, I suppose not." And yet he continued, placing the brush into her hand. "You expect your heart to blossom under such cruelty?" She stared at him, stunned. No one had ever reflected her own inner dialogue back at her with such clarity. He pointed to a small plant struggling beside a rock. "This little sprout," he said, "needs gentle care, not because it is weak, but because it is growing. you too are growing. Treat yourself with the patience you would offer this plant. The words settled into her heart like sun on a cold morning. That day, Solène began a quiet practice of speaking to herself as if she were someone she loved. She replaced criticism with curiosity. She replaced judgment with understanding. She allowed herself space to learn or falter rise. Months later, her paintings grew richer, not because she became perfect, but because she allowed herself to be imperfect. Her inner gentleness flowed into her art. People began to see not only her skill, but her sincerity, resilience, and grace. They respected her, not for her flawlessness, but for her humanity. This is the essence of self-compassion, the recognition that imperfection is not a failure. It is a universal truth. The Buddha taught that suffering arises when we cling to unrealistic ideals of ourselves. When we demand perfection, we create internal conflict. When we punish ourselves for being human, we block growth. But when we embrace our humanity with tenderness, we open the door to transformation. Self-compassion has 3 deep components. Mindful awareness of your suffering. Instead of ignoring or suppressing your emotions, you acknowledge them. I am hurting. I am overwhelmed. I am afraid. Recognition itself is healing. Self-kindness instead of self-judgment. You speak to yourself gently as you would to a loved one. You soften your tone. Offer yourself warmth and treat mistakes as learning, not condemnation. Recognizing common humanity. You understand that everyone struggles, everyone falters, everyone feels lost at times. You are not uniquely broken. You are human, and that is enough. A person who practices self-compassion becomes resilient. Why? Because cruelty makes the mind brittle, but kindness makes it flexible. When you treat yourself with care, you recover faster from setbacks. You become less reactive, less insecure, less threatened by criticism. You move through the world with ease because you are no longer at war with yourself. People can sense this inner harmony. They respect someone who is gentle, yet strong, humble, yet confident. Someone who does not collapse under pressure, nor deny their own needs. Someone who balances ambition with self-care. Self-compassion also affects relationships. When you stop demanding perfection from yourself, you stop demanding it from others. You become more patient, forgiving, and empathetic. You no longer project your internal harshness onto the world. You stop expecting others to heal wounds you refuse to examine. You stop seeking validation for a self you have not learned to love. You stop fearing rejection because you no longer reject yourself. This emotional maturity inspires others. They feel safe with you. They trust you. They admire your balance. To cultivate self-compassion, begin with small, practical steps. Place a hand over your heart when you feel overwhelmed. This gentle gesture signals safety to your nervous system. Speak to yourself kindly when you make a mistake. Instead of, "How could I be so stupid?" try, "It's okay. I am learning." Give yourself permission to rest. Rest is not laziness. It is nourishment. Set boundaries. A self-compassionate person protects their energy instead of sacrificing themselves endlessly. Write a letter to yourself as if you were comforting a dear friend. Let tenderness flow without censorship. Practice mindful breathing when your inner critic rises. Return to the present moment instead of spiraling into fear. These actions may feel unfamiliar at first, especially if you have carried self-judgment for many years. But with time, they become natural. The harsh inner voice softens, the heart expands, and something profound happens. Self-compassion becomes compassion. self-acceptance becomes acceptance. Self-understanding becomes understanding. Self-love becomes love. Here is the deepest truth. You cannot walk the path of awakening while beating yourself down at every step. The Buddha taught loving kindness not only for others, but for yourself, the being whose suffering you know most intimately. When you treat yourself with compassion, you break the cycle of inner violence. You become whole. You become peaceful. And others can feel the difference. Because a person who has made peace with themselves becomes a refuge for others, steady, gentle, wise, and deeply respected. Mindfulness in relationships is one of the most essential, yet deeply misunderstood teachings on the path of awakening. Many people believe mindfulness is something practiced alone on a cushion in silence with closed eyes. But the Buddha taught that mindfulness must permeate every aspect of life, especially the way we relate to others. For it is in relationships that our deepest tendencies arise: impatience, fear, attachment, judgment, defensiveness, longing, and love. And it is in relationships that mindfulness becomes a living practice rather than a distant ideal. A person who brings mindfulness into their interactions radiates presence. They listen fully. They respond with clarity instead of reacting from habit. They speak with intention rather than impulse. Their presence calms, conflict deepens trust, and builds understanding. People respect such a person not because of what they know, but because of how they show up. To explore this teaching, imagine a woman named Ara who lived in a lively seaside town. She was admired for her intelligence and talent, but in relationships with friends, family partners, she often felt misunderstood. Whenever conversations grew tense, she reacted quickly, sometimes harshly. She jumped to conclusions, assumed intentions, and often regretted her words afterward. Though she cared deeply for others, her lack of mindful presence created distance. One afternoon, overwhelmed by yet another argument, Ara decided to walk along the shore to clear her mind. As the tides whispered against the rocks, she saw an old sailor repairing a fishing net. His movements were slow, deliberate, calm. He worked as if nothing existed except the thread between his fingers. Ara sat beside him watching. "You repair nets every day?" she asked. "Yes," the old sailor smiled. "The sea tears them and I mend them." Again and again. Ara sighed. Relationships feel like that, always breaking, always needing repair. He looked at her warmly. "Do you repair them with presence or with hurry?" She hesitated. "I don't know." He held up the fishing net. "If I rush, I create bigger holes. If I pull too hard, the knots tighten in the wrong places. If I don't pay attention, the whole net weakens. But if I give each strand my full presence, the net becomes stronger than before." Then he placed the net gently into her hands. People are like these knots. If you tug without awareness, you create pain. If you push your opinions without listening, the threads strain. But when you hold them gently with mindfulness, connection grows. Ara lowered her gaze. She suddenly saw how often she had tugged too hard, spoken too fast, assumed too much. She asked softly, "How do I begin?" The sailor pointed to his breath. "Begin here. Begin with the space between your impulse and your response." That moment shifted Ara's understanding completely. She realized relationships did not break because of lack of love, they broke because of lack of presence. And from that day forward, she practiced bringing mindfulness into every interaction. Mindfulness in relationships begins with listening, truly listening, not merely waiting for your turn to speak. When you listen mindfully, you release assumptions. You let go of the urge to be right. You make space for another's truth. You hear not only their words, but their heart. People feel deeply respected when they feel deeply heard. Listening with your full presence is one of the most profound offerings you can give another human being. Mindful listening means noticing the tone beneath the words, the emotion beneath the tone, the need beneath the emotion, the humanity beneath the need. When you see these layers, compassion naturally grows. The second aspect of mindful relationships is mindful speech, speaking not from reaction, but from awareness. The Buddha taught the practice of right speech, which aligns perfectly with mindfulness. Speak only what is true. Speak only what is kind. Speak only what is necessary. Speak only what brings understanding. Before speaking, pause and ask, is what I'm about to say rooted in clarity or in woundedness? Will these words build a bridge or a wall? Mindful speech transforms relationships. It replaces blame with honesty, accusation with curiosity, conflict with understanding. The third aspect is mindful emotional awareness. Instead of letting emotions control your speech and behavior, mindfulness allows you to hold emotions with gentleness. For example, when anger arises, pause and breathe. When jealousy arises, observe the root. When fear arises, hold it like a child. When sadness arises, allow softness. Emotions are waves. Mindfulness is the shore. The waves do not stop, but they no longer sweep you away. A person who can feel emotions without becoming controlled by them is deeply respected. People instinctively trust someone who remains steady even in emotional storms. The fourth aspect is mindful boundaries. Many people mistake mindfulness for over-accommodation or saying yes to everything. But true mindfulness includes awareness of your own needs, limits, and energy. Mindful boundaries are not walls, they are doorways. They allow connection without self-sacrifice, closeness without depletion. Setting boundaries mindfully sounds like, I want to understand you, but I need a moment to calm down first. I care for you, and I also need rest today. I hear your frustration, but I cannot continue this conversation if we raise our voices. Such boundaries are acts of compassion for both yourself and others. The fifth aspect is mindful perception, seeing others without the filters of past wounds, assumptions, or stories. Most conflicts arise not from reality, but from the stories we create. Mindfulness helps you meet each moment and each person freshly, without the distortion of old narratives. When you let go of assumptions, you open space for understanding. When you let go of expectations, you open space for acceptance. When you let go of judgments, you open space for compassion. This kind of presence is rare, and rare presence commands respect. The sixth aspect of mindful relationships is intentional presence, slowing down enough to truly be with the people you love. In a world distracted by devices and divided attention, presence becomes a gift more precious than time itself. When you are fully present, people feel valued. People feel loved. People feel safe. People feel seen. Such presence deepens bonds more than any words could. As Ara continued practicing these teachings, she noticed something miraculous. Her relationships did not become perfect, but they became deeper, more authentic, more peaceful. Arguments transformed into conversations. Misunderstandings dissolved more quickly. She felt less lonely within herself, and people around her began to respect her for her steadiness, her maturity, her clarity. The most profound relationships are not built on perfection, but on presence. The Buddha taught, Attention is the rarest and purest form of generosity. To give someone your mindful attention is to offer them your heart. To cultivate mindfulness in your relationships, try simple practices. Practice mindful pauses, one breath before you respond. Practice mindful presence. Look into someone's eyes without distraction. Practice mindful listening. Hear without planning your reply. Practice mindful speech. Choose clarity over reaction. Practice mindful boundaries. Honor your energy. Practice mindful forgiveness. Let the past soften. With time, relationships soften. Misunderstandings lessen. Compassion grows. Respect deepens. And love becomes a practice rather than an accident. Here lies the deeper truth. Mindfulness is the foundation of all meaningful connection. Without it, love becomes tangled. With it, love becomes clear. A mindful presence is a refuge for yourself and for everyone whose life touches yours. Letting go is one of the most liberating and difficult teachings in the Buddha's path, a medicine for suffering, a doorway to freedom, and a profound expression of inner maturity. Most people imagine letting go as loss, surrender, or weakness. But in truth, letting go is an act of immense courage. It is releasing what no longer supports your growth. It is loosening the grip of fear, expectation, memory, and identity. And it is choosing peace over the illusion of control. A person who learns to let go becomes light. Their mind softens. Their presence deepens. Others sense their freedom the way they move through life without clinging, without bitterness, without carrying unnecessary burdens. This freedom inspires reverence. People respect someone who knows how to release without resentment, who can accept change with grace, who can loosen the knots of the past without trying to rewrite what cannot be rewritten. To understand letting go in a living, breathing way, imagine a man named Jalen who worked as a stone mason. His hands were strong, his back sturdy, his craftsmanship admired. Yet despite his outer strength, Jalen carried an unseen weight, a disappointment from his past that he refused to release. Years earlier, he had lost an opportunity he believed would have changed his life. Every day since he compared his present with the future, he imagined resenting the path he believed should have been his. His bitterness quietly shaped everything. His conversations, which often drifted toward regret. His work, which lacked the joy it once held. His relationships, which grew tense under the shadow of his resentment. His sleep, which felt heavy and dreamless. One afternoon, while carving stone near the riverbank, Jalen noticed a woman collecting driftwood. She moved with remarkable serenity, picking up each piece of wood, examining it, and gently placing it into a woven basket. Curious, Jalen approached her. "What are you doing?" he asked. She smiled, gathering wood to carve toys. Jalen frowned. "But that wood is warped, uneven, broken by the river. Why not choose better pieces elsewhere?" The woman held up a crooked branch. "This piece has been shaped by its journey. The river softened its edges, removed what was unnecessary, transformed its form. Once it let go of the shore, it became free." Jalen stared at the driftwood in her hands. "Let go of the shore." She nodded. "Wood clings to nothing. It moves because it must. But we cling to the past, to expectations, to our idea of how life should unfold. And this clinging creates our suffering." Jalen felt a tightness in his chest. "But how do you let go of something that still pains you?" The woman placed the driftwood gently in his palm. "You stop arguing with the past. You recognize that what happened was already decided, already finished. The river does not flow backward. It carries only the present." Her words dissolved something in him like ice melting under sunlight. For the first time, he saw that he had lived not in the present, but in a memory, and the memory had become a prison. That evening, Jalen walked along the river and watched leaves drift by. He whispered to himself, "Just as the river moves, I must move." It was the first step in a long journey of release. Over time, he began practicing small acts of letting go, forgiving someone he had silently blamed, releasing an unrealistic expectation of himself, accepting that paths change and that life does not always match desire. With each release, his spirit grew lighter and his work regained its beauty. People noticed his warmth returning, his laughter resurfacing, his presence softening. Respect flowed toward him, not because he was stronger, but because he had become freer. Letting go is not forgetting. It is not suppressing. It is not pretending you weren't hurt. Letting go is accepting reality instead of resisting it, releasing expectations that imprison you, softening grip where tension has lived too long, making peace with what cannot be changed. Letting go is a skill cultivated through awareness and compassion. There are several layers of letting go, each challenging in its own way. Letting go of the past. Memories, regrets, old wounds. These cling to the heart like wet clothing. When you carry them, every step becomes heavier. Letting go allows you to walk unburdened, to experience life as it is not as it once was. Letting go of expectations. We suffer most not from what happens, but from what we expected instead. When you let go of rigid expectations of yourself, others, or life, you open the door to clarity, patience, and acceptance. Letting go of people. This does not always mean separation. Sometimes it means releasing your attempt to control them, rescue them, or shape them. It means allowing others to be who they are, while staying true to your own path. Letting go of identity. The self you cling to, your roles, your stories, your labels, is constantly changing. Letting go of fixed identity opens you to growth, humility, and transformation. Letting go of outcomes. Do your best, but release the obsession with results. Peace lies in effort, not in attachment. When you do what is wise and let go of what you cannot control, you move with freedom. A person who learns to let go becomes emotionally balanced. They do not collapse under change, nor do they cling desperately to what no longer serves them. Their presence is grounded and flexible. Their decisions are clearer. Their relationships are healthier. People respect someone who does not cling to resentment, who does not hold grudges, who does not break under disappointment. Letting go is not the behavior of someone passive. It is the behavior of someone wise. And there is another quiet truth. Letting go is a form of love for yourself. When you release what harms you, you honor your inner peace. When you release unrealistic demands, you honor your humanity. When you release toxic attachments, you honor your dignity. To practice letting go in daily life, consider these gentle steps. When a painful memory arises, breathe deeply and whisper, "This moment is not that moment." When you feel disappointment, place a hand on your heart and acknowledge the hurt without clinging to it. When expectations tighten your chest, soften your shoulders, and remind yourself that life unfolds in its own rhythm. When people act in ways you cannot control, repeat silently, "They walk their path, I walk mine." When emotions surge, watch them as clouds passing forms, not identity. Letting go is not a single event. It is a continuous practice, a day-by-day easing, a breath-by-breath surrender, a compassionate release. And with each release, freedom grows. Here is the deepest teaching. The more you let go, The more you return to yourself, the more you radiate peace, and those who radiate peace are respected without speaking a word. Letting go does not make life smaller, it makes it spacious. It does not diminish you, it frees you. It does not weaken you, it strengthens your spirit. May you learn to release with tenderness, so that life can flow through you with grace. May your heart become as light as the driftwood shaped by the river, softened, refined, and beautifully free. Acceptance is one of the most transformative keys in Buddhist wisdom, a gentle, steady doorway into peace. Many people misunderstand acceptance as passivity surrender, or tolerating what harms them. But true acceptance is nothing like resignation. Acceptance is clarity. It is seeing reality as it is without the fog of resistance, denial, or judgment. It is the courage to face life honestly, the wisdom to work with what's true, and the maturity to stop fighting battles that cannot be won. A person who practices acceptance becomes calm without being numb, grounded without being rigid, strong without being forceful. They move through life with a quiet grace, adjusting like water rather than breaking like stone. Such a person earns respect, not because they dominate circumstances, but because they are not dominated by them. Acceptance gives them a presence that feels steady and trustworthy. To understand the depth of acceptance, imagine a young potter named Sarah, who lived in a valley famous for its clay. She poured her heart into creating beautiful vessels, bowls, vases, delicate cups. But Sarah struggled with one thing: she could not accept imperfection. If a single line curved too slightly, she became frustrated. If a glaze did not spread evenly, she discarded the entire piece. Her desire for perfection transformed her craft into a battlefield. One morning, Sarah visited a well-known master potter who lived alone on the mountain. His work was cherished beyond the valley, simple, elegant, timeless. She carried with her a bag filled with pieces she considered failures. The master greeted her with a smile and invited her to sit by his workspace. Nearby, several pots cooled after firing. Their surfaces were uneven, marked with tiny ripples and gentle cracks. Sarah stared, confused. "Master, why do you keep such flawed pieces?" The old potter chuckled. "Flawed? These," he said, touching one gently, "are teachings." He handed her a cup with a slight indentation. "Do you know how this happened?" She shook her head. "The clay dried too quickly one afternoon. I could have fought it, started over with frustration. Instead, I accepted what the clay offered me. And in accepting it, I found a shape I had never created before." He then picked up a bowl with a swirl of darker glaze near the rim. This stain happened when ash from the kiln drifted during firing. I did not plan it, but the kiln has its own voice. I learned to listen. Sarah frowned. "But isn't perfection the goal?" The master smiled gently. "There is a perfection in imperfection, child. Life leaves marks on us too. Grief, mistakes, changes we didn't choose. When we resist these marks, we break. When we accept them, we grow." He reached into her bag and lifted one of the pots she had rejected. A small, uneven ridge circled its base. "What flaw do you see here?" he asked. Sarah lowered her eyes. "The base is imperfect." The master raised the pot to the sunlight. "And here," he said softly, "is where the peace becomes alive." Her breath caught. For the first time, she saw the curve not as a mistake, but as a signature, a truth. "That is acceptance," the master whispered, "seeing life not through the lens of what it should be, but through the clarity of what it is." Sarah felt tears rise, not of sadness, but of release. She realized she had been fighting with reality, trying to force perfection onto a world that was beautifully imperfect. From that day on, Sarah's pottery transformed, as did her heart. Acceptance is not the end of effort, it is the wisdom behind effort. It does not say, I give up. It says, I see clearly now, and from this clarity, I will act wisely. Acceptance has many layers. Acceptance of circumstances. Life does not unfold according to our expectations. Jobs change, relationships shift, health fluctuates, seasons turn. Acceptance allows us to adapt without bitterness. It allows us to respond rather than resist. Acceptance of emotions. Fear, grief, disappointment, joy, anger. Emotions arise naturally. When you accept them instead of suppressing or judging them, they pass through with less resistance. You become honest with yourself. This honesty earns self-respect and the respect of others. Acceptance of others. We often suffer because we try to change people who are not ready to change or who are simply different from us. Acceptance allows us to set healthier boundaries, communicate with compassion, and let people walk their own paths. Acceptance of the past. Holding on to what should have been is one of the most painful burdens. Acceptance loosens the grip of regret. It does not erase the past, it frees the present. Acceptance of oneself. Perhaps the deepest layer. Accepting your flaws, strengths, wounds, limits, and humanity. This does not mean giving up growth. It means growing from truth instead of self-condemnation. When you practice acceptance, several beautiful shifts unfold. You become less reactive because you no longer fight reality at every turn. You become more patient because you see that life moves at its own rhythm. You become more compassionate because you understand everyone is carrying something unseen. You become more resilient because you stop wasting energy resisting what cannot be changed. You become wiser because clarity guides your choices instead of denial. Others recognize this. They sense your steadiness and respect your ability to meet life with courage and grace. Acceptance is not passive. It is an active, conscious choice. To practice acceptance in daily life, when life surprises you, whisper softly, "This too belongs." When emotions surge, breathe into them and say, "Let me feel what is here." When someone disappoints you, consider their humanity before judging. When plans fall apart, pause before forcing them back into shape. When self-criticism arises, place a hand on your heart and say, "I am still learning." These simple acts cultivate a heart that can hold life without closing, breaking, or hardening. And here lies the profound truth. Acceptance is the birthplace of peace, and peace is the birthplace of respect. People trust someone who accepts reality instead of denying it. People admire someone who navigates life with calm honesty. People respect someone who can face what is without collapsing or fleeing. Acceptance makes you spacious. Acceptance makes you strong. Acceptance makes you deeply human. May your heart open to life, as it is not because it is always easy, but because acceptance brings freedom, and freedom brings wisdom, and wisdom brings respect. Gratitude in adversity is one of the most luminous jewels in Buddhist wisdom, a rare and transformative practice that turns suffering into insight, heaviness into resilience, and obstacles into teachers. Most people feel grateful only when life unfolds as they wish. But the Buddha taught that true gratitude does not depend on perfect circumstances. It arises from a deeper seeing and awareness that even in difficulty, life offers gifts, lessons, and hidden forms of grace. A person who can remain grateful in challenging times does not deny their pain. They simply refuse to be blinded by it. They look with the eyes of wisdom, recognizing that difficulty often reveals strength, clarity, connection, and compassion. This ability to find light even in dark places commands profound respect. Others sense the depth of such a heart, steady, courageous, unwavering. To understand this teaching, imagine a man named Elias, who tended a small orchard at the foot of a mountain. His fruit trees were known throughout the region: sweet apples, fragrant pears, delicate plums. His days were filled with sunlight, soft breezes, and the steady rhythm of tending the earth. But one year, a severe drought swept through the valley. Rain vanished, the soil cracked, leaves curled and browned. Elias watched helplessly as his orchard struggled to survive. He watered the trees as best as he could, but the earth drank the water too quickly. His harvest dwindled. His income vanished. Fear settled into his chest like a stone. One evening, exhausted and despairing, Elias walked up the mountain path behind his orchard. At the top sat a small stone temple where a wandering monk was known to rest during certain times of the year. Elias found the monk sweeping fallen leaves with a handmade broom. As Elias approached, the monk smiled. "You carry a heavy burden today." Elias nodded, sinking to the ground. "My orchard may not survive this drought. I have cared for these trees for years. Now everything is falling apart." The monk looked at him with compassionate eyes. "What remains?" "Elias' loss," Elias muttered. "Fear, uncertainty." The monk pointed to the valley below. "Look again." "What remains?" Elias tried to steady his breath. The orchard was struggling, yes, but the mountain still stood. The sunset painted the sky with gentle colors. Birds still circled. A faint breeze brushed against his skin. "I suppose," Elias whispered, "there is still beauty." "And what else?" the monk asked. Elias hesitated. "I learned how strong these trees truly are. They survived longer than I expected." "Yes," the monk said. "And what did the drought teach you?" Elias thought for a long moment. "That I have taken the rains for granted, that I never truly appreciated how much the seasons give without asking anything in return." The monk's smile deepened. "Then the drought gave you the sight to notice blessings that once felt ordinary." Elias felt something shift, like a door opening inside him. The monk continued, "Gratitude in easy times is pleasant. Gratitude in hardship is powerful. It does not erase suffering, but it transforms the heart that carries it." Elias exhaled slowly. That night, he returned home, different, not relieved, but grounded. Not free from struggle, but free from despair. He began tending the orchard with greater tenderness, gratitude shaping each movement. He thanked the trees even as they struggled. He thanked the earth even as it hardened. He thanked the few rains that finally returned months later. And when the next spring arrived, the trees blossomed with unexpected strength. People who visited the orchard noticed Elias had changed too. There was a calmness in his voice, a depth in his eyes, a gentleness in his presence. He had faced difficulty, and instead of becoming bitter, he had become wise. Gratitude in adversity is not natural. It is a conscious practice, a choice, a discipline of the heart. But when cultivated, it becomes a source of profound strength. Here is what gratitude in adversity is and is not. It is not pretending everything is fine. It is not suppressing pain. It is not forcing positivity. It is not denying hardship. It is acknowledging pain without becoming consumed by it. It is noticing what remains, not only what is lost. It is recognizing the lessons hidden in struggle. It is finding meaning within uncertainty. It is honoring the resilience you never knew you had. The Buddha taught that suffering opens the heart, but only if we meet it with awareness. When you allow yourself to see the gifts woven into difficulty, something shifts inside you. You become less afraid of change. You become more patient with life's unfolding. You become more compassionate toward others' struggles. You become more appreciative of simple blessings. You become more resilient in the face of the unknown. This resilience becomes a kind of quiet nobility, a strength others instinctively respect. Gratitude in adversity also transforms relationships. When you learn to appreciate others, not only in their best moments, but also in their flawed, human, complicated moments, connection deepens. When you stop expecting life or people to be perfect, you meet them with compassion instead of disappointment. Gratitude shifts your entire orientation. Instead of, "Why is this happening to me?" you begin to ask, "What is this teaching me about myself, about life, about letting go?" This shift turns suffering into a teacher instead of an enemy. To practice gratitude in difficult times, consider these gentle steps. Name one blessing that still remains. Even in hardship, there is always something breath shelter, a friend, a sunrise, a lesson. Honor your strength. Remind yourself of other challenges you have survived. Your resilience is real. Look for the hidden teaching. Every difficulty contains wisdom about patience, boundaries change, or courage. Find gratitude in the present moment. Place a hand over your heart and notice the life still beating there. Express thanks in small ways. Write a note to someone who supports you. Smile at a stranger. Show appreciation even when life feels heavy. These practices do not erase hardship, but they illuminate a path through it. Here lies the profound truth. Gratitude in adversity is the highest form of wisdom. It turns the heart into a lantern, and those who carry lanterns through darkness become guides for others. People respect those who remain kind in pain, grounded in uncertainty, grateful in hardship. Such individuals embody the Buddha's deepest teachings, not through words, but through the quiet strength of their presence. May gratitude become your steady companion through changing seasons, revealing the quiet blessings that exist even in shadow, and unfolding the wisdom that only difficulty can teach. Courage in the Buddhist sense is not the loud, blazing heroism seen in stories. It is not about conquering enemies, shouting over others, or displaying invulnerability. True courage is quiet, steady, and inwardly rooted. It is the willingness to face your own fear, your own truth, your own heart without turning away. It is the bravery to remain open when life asks you to close, to stay soft when pain urges you to harden, and to move forward even when the path is uncertain. A courageous person does not live without fear. They live with fear, yet are not ruled by it. Their presence carries an unmistakable sincerity. People sense the depth of their strength, a strength not built on dominance, but on inner clarity. Such courage naturally invites respect. To understand this deeper courage, imagine a young musician named Rowan who played the wooden flute. His melodies were gentle, haunting, full of emotion. For years, he played only in private too, afraid to share his music with the world. Whenever he imagined performing, his chest tightened, his palms grew cold, and a voice inside whispered, "You're not good enough." One day, Rowan visited a quiet meadow to practice. Near the edge of the field sat an elderly traveler carving a piece of wood. Rowan didn't notice him at first. As he stepped into the clearing, he lifted the flute and began to play. But when he saw the man watching, he froze. Shame and fear washed over him. "I didn't know anyone was here," Rowan stammered. The old traveler smiled. "Why hide such a beautiful sound?" Rowan lowered his eyes. "I'm afraid it's not good enough. People will judge. They will hear the flaws." The traveler set down his carving and said, "Come here, child." Rowan approached slowly. The man held up the small wooden figure he had been shaping. It was rough, uneven, imperfect, yet full of character. "Do you see this carving?" the man asked. "Yes," Rowan replied hesitantly. "I have carved for 50 years, the man said, and still every piece has flaws. Some cuts too deep, some shapes unbalanced. But I continue carving." Do you know why Rowan shook his head? "Because courage is not the absence of imperfection," the man whispered. "It is the willingness to keep creating, despite it." He placed the wooden carving in Rowan's hands. "Play again," he encouraged. "Not because you are fearless, but because you are brave enough to feel fear and continue." Rowan hesitated, breath trembling. But slowly, he lifted the flute. The first note quivered, then another. Little by little, the melody flowed. The traveler closed his eyes, listening fully. When Rowan finished, the man said softly, "That was courage." Something within Rowan shifted. He realized courage didn't require perfection. It required presence. It required honesty. It required him to show up. From that day, Rowan practiced courage, not by eliminating fear, but by walking with it. Eventually, he began playing for small gatherings, then larger ones. People admired not only his music, but the tenderness and bravery woven into every note. Rowan had not become fearless. He had become courageous. This is the heart of Buddhist courage. Courage is opening where fear wants you to close. Courage emerges not from conquering fear, but from befriending it. When you face your fears gently yet steadily, you cultivate strength that is both humble and resilient. Courage shows up in many forms. The courage to feel. Most people run from difficult emotions: grief, anger, loneliness, regret. But feeling them fully without denial or avoidance is a profound act of bravery. The courage to be honest. Honesty with yourself is often harder than honesty with others. Seeing your flaws, your wounds, your desires, your patterns, and facing them without flinching requires strength, the courage to be vulnerable. To speak your truth, to show your heart, to express your needs and fears. This is courage. Vulnerability is not weakness, it is the seed of connection. The courage to let go. Release is terrifying. We fear losing what defines us, even if it's hurting us. But letting go of people, memories, identities is an act of immense bravery. The courage to change, transformation, demands courage. It asks you to step into the unknown, to leave familiar patterns behind, to trust yourself through uncertainty. The courage to rest. In a world that glorifies exhaustion, choosing rest is radical courage. It says, "I matter. My well-being matters." The courage to continue. Even when progress is slow, even when life feels heavy, taking one more step is courage. A courageous person inspires trust. Because courage is truth. Courage is presence. Courage is integrity. When others witness your willingness to show up authentically, trembling, imperfect, uncertain, they feel respect. Courage reveals your humanity, and humanity is magnetic. Buddhist courage is not grand, it is intimate. It grows in quiet moments, breathing through anxiety instead of fleeing, speaking gently instead of reacting, choosing compassion instead of anger, taking the first step when you cannot see the entire path, standing back up after falling. This kind of courage deepens the heart and expands the spirit. To cultivate courage in your daily life, Try these practices. Acknowledge your fears out loud. Naming fear reduces its power. Take one small, brave action each day. A step, not a leap. Practice mindful breathing when fear arises. Breath steadies the nervous system and clears the mind. Speak honestly, gently, when your instinct is to hide. Truth strengthens courage. Celebrate small acts of bravery. Courage grows through recognition. Accept imperfection as part of the journey. Perfection kills courage. Acceptance nourishes it. Treat fear with compassion. Fear is not the enemy. Fear is a child asking for reassurance. Here lies the deepest truth. Courage is the path toward becoming fully alive. Not fearless, fully alive. A courageous heart does not close in the face of difficulty. It expands. It breathes. It continues. And those who live from such a heart are deeply respected, not for their victories, but for their truth. May courage become your steady companion, guiding you gently through every uncertainty and lighting your steps with quiet strength. Integrity is one of the most luminous virtues in the Buddhist path, a quality that shines not through words, but through actions, consistency, and the quiet truth of how one lives when no one is watching. Integrity is the alignment between your values and your behavior, between your intentions and your choices, between your inner world and your outer presence. A person with integrity does not need to announce their goodness. Their sincerity speaks for them, and people respect such a person deeply because integrity is rare, because integrity is steady, because integrity cannot be faked. To understand the living essence of integrity, imagine a metalworker named Thalin, who crafted small tools, hammers, chisels, hinges, blades for a mountain village. His workshop sat beside a river, the air always filled with the rhythmic sound of metal striking metal. Thalin was known to be honest, precise, and devoted to his craft. One year, a wealthy merchant from a distant city came to the village seeking equipment for a large construction project. When he saw Thalin's tools, he was impressed. "I will buy 100 blades," the merchant declared, "but I need them in 10 days, and I will pay double if you finish early." Thalin paused. 100 blades in 10 days was nearly impossible without sacrificing quality. But the payment could change his life. He could repair his aging workshop, support the village, secure his future. Yet he knew that rushing meant cutting corners. Thin metal, weak edges, tools that would break easily. The merchant, sensing hesitation, added, "No one will notice if the blades are less sturdy. They look fine on the surface." Thalin looked at the merchant quietly. "I will not sell what will fail in someone's hands," he said. "Even if I can never be wealthy, I refuse to build with dishonesty." The merchant narrowed his eyes. "You would turn down such an opportunity?" Thalin nodded. "I would rather struggle in truth than thrive in deceit." The merchant left in frustration, and for a moment Thalin wondered if he had been foolish. But days later, a group of travelers arrived in the village builders from a neighboring region. They inspected Thalin's tools carefully. One of them said, "We heard there is a craftsman here who refuses to compromise integrity even at great cost." It was the merchant's own workers who had spread the story. The builders purchased tools from Thalin and returned many times thereafter. Word spread throughout the region, not because of flashy advertisement, but because of one man's steady commitment to truth. Thalin's workshop eventually prospered, not quickly, not dramatically, but steadily, like a tree rooted deeply in fertile soil. And people respected him not for his success, but for his character. This is the essence of integrity: choosing what is right over what is easy, choosing honesty over convenience, choosing truth over appearance. In Buddhism, integrity is woven into several teachings. Sila, ethical conduct. Integrity begins with the commitment not to harm, deceive, exploit, or take advantage of others. These guidelines are not restrictions, but expressions of wisdom. They protect the heart from the heaviness of wrongdoing. Right livelihood integrity means earning a living in a way that does not harm oneself or others. It is living, working, and creating with honesty. Right speech. Speaking truthfully, kindly, and wisely. Not twisting words for advantage. Not manipulating. Not pretending. Right intention. Acting from sincerity rather than ego, compassion rather than gain. When these qualities merge, a person becomes whole, their actions aligned with their heart. Integrity gives birth to many qualities. Trust people, feel safe around you. Respect others, admire your consistency. Calmness, you carry no secrets, no inner conflict. Strength, you cannot be easily swayed by pressure. Clarity, decisions become simpler when guided by values. Freedom, you do not fear exposure because you live transparently. A person without integrity must constantly hide, adjust, manipulate, and defend. A person with integrity walks lightly without fear. But living with integrity is not always easy. It often means saying no when yes would gain approval, speaking truth when silence would be safer, taking responsibility when excuses would be easier, maintaining honesty when deception would be more profitable, honoring your values when others do not understand them. Integrity requires courage. It requires discernment. It requires a willingness to stand alone. And yet this very willingness becomes the foundation of deep inner respect and the respect of others. To live with integrity, consider these gentle practices. Listen to your inner voice. Before acting, pause and ask, does this align with who I want to be? Honor small promises. Keeping small commitments builds the strength to keep larger ones. Speak truth gently. Honesty without cruelty. Truth without harm. Choose transparency, even when vulnerability is uncomfortable. Make your actions match your values. Let your behavior reflect your heart, not your fears. Admit mistakes. Integrity does not mean perfection. It means being accountable and willing to repair harm. Practice consistency. Act in the same way privately as you would publicly. Integrity is not a single action. It is a path you walk every day. Here lies the profound truth. Integrity is the quiet beauty of a life aligned with truth. It does not shout, but it shines. It does not demand respect, but it earns it. People trust those who are whole. People admire those who stand firm in their values. People honor those who choose truth even at a cost. May your life become a reflection of your deepest values, steady as a mountain, clear as a river, honest as the open sky. Patience with oneself is one of the most tender and transformative teachings in Buddhist wisdom, a form of compassion so subtle, so understated, that many overlook its immense power. People often speak of being patient with others, patient with circumstances, patient with the world. Yet the most neglected form of patience is the patience we offer to our own, becoming our growth, our healing, our unfolding. In a culture that demands speed, perfection, and constant progress, being patient with yourself becomes an act of spiritual rebellion, a refusal to rush your soul, a refusal to measure your worth through productivity, a refusal to shame your humanity. A person who is patient with themselves carries a quiet strength. Their presence feels grounded, gentle, and assured. Others sense this maturity and naturally respect it. To understand the essence of this patience, imagine a young calligrapher named Lisan, who lived in a tranquil village surrounded by bamboo groves. She adored the art of ink and brush the way a single stroke could reveal the heart of the artist. But though she practiced daily, she became frustrated whenever her hand trembled or a line curved imperfectly. She compared herself to the masters whose work she studied, believing she should already be as skilled as they were. One evening, after ruining yet another sheet of parchment, she crumpled her work and threw it aside. In her frustration, she whispered, "Why can't I be better already? Why am I so slow?" An elderly monk passing by overheard her and gently approached. He watched her for a moment, then sat beside her. "You're struggling not with the brush," he said softly, "but with your impatience." Lyson frowned, feeling exposed. "I practice every day. I try so hard, yet I never improve fast enough." The monk gazed at the bamboo swaying in the evening breeze. "Do you think bamboo grows because it hurries?" Lyson tilted her head. "No. It grows because it grows." "Exactly," he replied. "Its growth is steady, unseen, slow at first. For years, bamboo grows only roots deep, quiet, hidden. Then suddenly, when the foundation is strong, it rises rapidly." He picked up her discarded parchment. "Your roots are growing now, but you look only at the surface and think nothing is happening." Lyson sighed. "But others learn faster." The monk smiled gently. "Comparison is the thief of inner peace. Your path is not their path. Your rhythm is not their rhythm. The ink of your life will never form the same strokes as another's, and that is its beauty." He handed her the brush again. "Be patient with yourself. A rushed heart cannot create graceful lines." His words touched something deep within her. That night, when she returned to her work, she held the brush differently, not strained, not desperate, but with a soft patience she had never felt before. Her hand still trembled at times, her lines still wavered, but for the first time, she breathed with each stroke, rather than fighting against herself. Weeks passed, then months. Her progress was slow but steady. Her lines grew stronger, her curves more intentional, her compositions more harmonious. And because she practiced with patience, her art carried a depth that others felt, a warmth shaped by gentleness. People began to admire not only her skill, but the serenity she brought into every brushstroke. Lyson had not only learned calligraphy, she had learned patience, the kind of patience that earns respect because it reflects inner harmony. Patience with oneself is a sacred practice that touches every corner of life. It means allowing yourself to grow at your own pace. It means understanding that healing cannot be rushed, that clarity cannot be forced, that mastery cannot be demanded. In Buddhist teachings, patience khanti is one of the highest virtues. The ability to remain steady without becoming harsh, to remain committed without becoming self-punishing, to remain open without collapsing into frustration. Patience with yourself includes several profound dimensions. Patience with your growth. Growth is not linear. Some days transform you. Some days exhaust you. Some days teach you gently. Others teach you through storms. Being patient with the slow, unseen progress cultivates resilience. Patience with your healing. Old wounds reopen. Old patterns resurface. Healing moves in cycles, not straight lines. Rushing healing only adds pressure to a heart already burdened. Patience with your emotions. Emotions rise and fall like weather. Allowing them space without judgment fosters emotional intelligence. Patience with your limitations. Acknowledging limits is not weakness. It is wisdom. You are human, shaped by fatigue, needs, and seasons of life. Patience with your mistakes. Mistakes are not proof of inadequacy. They are evidence of learning. Patience turns mistakes into teachers instead of punishments. Patience with your becoming. You are unfolding, becoming, evolving. There is no finish line to rush toward. When you learn to be patient with yourself, your entire presence softens. You become less reactive, less self-critical, less anxious about time. You stop measuring your worth through external achievements and start grounding it in authenticity. Others notice this. They see the calm in your eyes. They sense the gentleness in your voice. They feel safe around someone who does not judge themselves harshly. For such a person will not judge others harshly either. Patience with oneself is one of the most respected forms of emotional maturity. But what prevents patience? Impatience often arises from the desire to arrive quickly, comparison to others, self-criticism, fear of inadequacy, the belief that mistakes reflect personal failure, a culture that values speed over depth. When you internalize these pressures, you turn life into a race instead of a journey. Patience invites you to reclaim the journey. To cultivate patience with yourself, try gentle practices. Pause and breathe before judging your progress. Ask yourself, am I expecting instant perfection? Recognize small improvements. Growth measured in millimeters is still growth. Speak to yourself kindly. Replace harsh self-talk with gentle acknowledgement. Set realistic expectations. Honor your energy, circumstances, and stage of life. Celebrate effort, not only success. Consistency is more powerful than speed. Allow yourself to rest. Rest is a part of progress, not the absence of it. Remember that every master was once a beginner. No one blooms overnight. Here is the deeper truth. Patience with yourself is a form of love. Love without pressure. Love without conditions. Love that allows you to grow naturally. A person who practices this kind of patience becomes a refuge for themselves and for others. They embody the Buddha's teaching that gentleness is not weakness, but strength softened by wisdom. May you learn to be patient with your unfolding, to trust the timing of your growth, and to walk your path with compassion rather than urgency. For a patient heart becomes a peaceful heart, and a peaceful heart is always respected. Deep listening is one of the most transformative expressions of compassion in Buddhist wisdom, an act so simple outwardly, yet so rare and powerful that it can soften anger, dissolve misunderstanding, and heal wounds that have lived silently in the heart for years. To truly listen is to offer presence. To truly listen is to silence the noise of one's own ego. To truly listen is to let another person feel seen without judgment, interruption, or the pressure to be anything other than who they are. And the truth is this: people respect deeply those who know how to listen. Because deep listening is not a skill, it is a form of love. To understand this transformative practice, imagine a teacher named Mara, who lived in a peaceful mountain village. She was known for her intelligence and insight, yet her relationships often became strained. When friends shared their concerns, she often interrupted to offer solutions. When students confided their fears, she tried to fix them too quickly. Her intentions were good, but her presence was rushed. One day, a young boy named Nilo, quiet, thoughtful, gentle, stopped attending her lessons. Concerned, Mara visited his family home. His mother explained that he had begun isolating himself, no longer speaking much, burdened by something he could not express. Mara found Nilo sitting alone beside a river near the woods, throwing small stones into the water. She sat beside him and asked softly, "Why have you stopped coming to class?" The boy shrugged without looking at her. Mara felt the urge to encourage him to explain why he should return to solve the problem quickly. But something inside told her to remain silent. She took a slow breath and simply sat beside him. Minutes passed quiet still. She waited without pressing. Eventually, Nilo said in a barely audible voice, "I feel invisible." Mara turned to him gently. "Tell me more." He swallowed. "At school, everyone talks over me. I try to speak, but no one hears. I feel like I don't matter." Mara's heart tightened. She wanted to tell him he was wrong, to reassure him immediately. But instead she remembered, listening is love. Listening is healing. So she asked, "What is the hardest part?" Nilo's eyes filled with tears, that even when I'm brave enough to speak, people are too busy to listen. Mara bowed her head slightly. "I'm here now," she whispered. "I am listening." The boy cried quietly, not out of despair, but out of relief. Someone was finally hearing him, not correcting him, not fixing him, not rushing him, just hearing. When the tears stopped, Nilo breathed deeply. "Thank you," he said softly. "It feels lighter now." He returned to class the next day, not because Mara solved his problems, but because her listening opened a space in him to breathe again. And from that moment, Mara realized something profound. Deep listening is not what you do with your ears. It is what you do with your heart. Deep listening is a transformative force in human relationships. Here are the qualities that make it sacred presence. When you listen deeply, you are truly present, not rehearsing your response, not drifting into your own concerns, not trying to control the outcome. Presence is the greatest gift you can offer another human being. Non-judgment. To listen without judging is to create a refuge. A person who feels judged closes like a clenched fist. A person who feels safe opens like a flower. Silence. Silence is not emptiness, it is space, and space allows truth to emerge. Deep listening includes the courage to be quiet. Compassion. You listen to understand, not to correct. You listen to connect, not to win. You listen to soothe, not to impress. Patience. You give someone the time to find their words. You let pauses breathe. You allow emotions to surface without rushing them away. Humility. You let go of the urge to fix, to advise, to dominate. Deep listening is not about showing your wisdom. It is about honoring someone else's humanity. When you practice deep listening, something beautiful happens within you. You become more understanding. You become more peaceful. You become less reactive. You become more connected to others. You become more aware of your own patterns. Others sense this, and respect grows naturally, not because you command attention, but because you give it. Deep listening strengthens relationships of every kind. With friends, they feel valued. With family, old wounds soften. With partners, misunderstandings dissolve. With children, trust blossoms. With strangers, kindness spreads. And with yourself, because deep listening also means listening inwardly to your own needs, emotions, pain, and intuition. The Buddha often taught that listening is one of the foundations of wisdom. He said that 3 things cultivate awakening: hearing the truth, reflecting on the truth, living the truth. But how can you hear truth if you do not first learn to listen? Deep listening is not passive. It is active compassion. It requires discipline, awareness, and openness. When you listen deeply, you begin to see the world not only through your eyes, but through the eyes of others. This shift is the seed of empathy. To cultivate deep listening, try these gentle practices. Before someone speaks, quiet your mind. Take one deep breath. Let go of the urge to respond quickly. Listen with your whole body. Eyes soft, shoulders relaxed, attention steady. Do not interrupt. Let the speaker finish their thought fully. Reflect what you heard. Gently repeat or paraphrase. It sounds like you feel. This shows understanding, not judgment. Ask open, curious questions. Questions that invite depth, not defensiveness. Allow emotions to exist. Do not rush someone's feelings. Let them unfold. Offer silence without discomfort. Silence is where truth gathers strength. Release the need to fix. Your presence is the medicine. Solutions can come later. Here lies the deeper truth. Deep listening heals what silence has broken. Deep listening mends what judgment has fractured. Deep listening connects what fear has separated. A person who listens deeply becomes a refuge in a noisy world, a place where others can rest, breathe, and be themselves. And that is a form of respect that echoes far beyond words. May you cultivate ears that hear beneath the words, eyes that see beneath the surface, and a heart that listens without fear. For a listening heart is a wise heart, and a wise heart is always respected. Honoring boundaries is a profound expression of self-respect and compassion, a teaching that appears simple, yet requires deep wisdom to truly embody. In Buddhist understanding, boundaries are not walls meant to isolate, nor shields meant to harden the heart. Instead, boundaries are the lines where love becomes clear, where compassion becomes balanced, where presence becomes healthy, and where the self can breathe without suffocation. A person who honors boundaries their own, and those of others, moves through life with integrity and steadiness. They give without depletion, love without losing themselves, and listen without absorbing every emotion around them. Such a person naturally earns respect because they demonstrate maturity, clarity, and emotional balance. To understand this, imagine a healer named Anira who lived near a quiet lake surrounded by willow trees. People traveled from distant villages to seek her counsel. She was compassionate, attentive, always willing to help. But over time, Anira began to carry more than she could hold. She said yes to every request, giving her time, her energy, her heart, until she felt fatigued and overwhelmed. One evening, an old fisherman named Rollo visited her. He was known for his wisdom, though he seldom spoke unless necessary. As he approached her small home, he found her sitting outside, exhausted, her eyes dim with weariness. "You carry too much," Rollo said gently. Anira sighed. "I cannot turn people away. They need me." The fisherman sat beside her. "Listen to the lake," he said. She closed her eyes. The waters were calm, lapping softly against the shore. "Do you hear it?" he asked. "Yes," she whispered. "It is peaceful." Rollo nodded. "Do you know why the lake remains calm?" She opened her eyes. "Tell me." "Because it accepts only what it can hold. When the rains come heavily, the excess flows out. When the sun dries, it does not cling to what has evaporated. It honors its boundaries, and so its surface remains still." Anira looked at the water, stunned by the simplicity of the truth. Rollo continued, "You are like this lake. Compassion flows through you. But without boundaries, you become flooded. And a flooded heart cannot offer peace." The words pierced straight through the tension in her spirit. In that moment, she realized that her exhaustion did not come from helping others. It came from forgetting herself. The next day, she began learning the art of compassionate boundaries. She still helped those who came to her, but she also rested, said no when necessary, and created space to tend to her own well-being. And because of this, her presence grew even more peaceful, her wisdom deeper. People respected her even more, not because she gave endlessly, but because she gave wisely. Boundaries, when understood through Buddhist wisdom, are expressions of clarity and compassion. Here is what healthy boundaries are not. They are not rejection. They are not selfishness. They are not cruelty. They are not emotional distance. Here is what healthy boundaries are. They are an act of self-love. They are an act of respect. They are an act of fairness. They are an act of wisdom. Boundaries create the space where compassion and authenticity can thrive. There are different kinds of boundaries, each vital emotional boundaries. You honor your feelings without allowing others to invalidate them. You learn to say, I understand your emotion, but I cannot absorb it for you. Time boundaries. You protect your time and energy, recognizing that your resources are finite. Physical boundaries. You respect your body's needs and comfort, rest space, safety. Intellectual boundaries. You allow others to disagree without feeling threatened, and you express your thoughts honestly. Personal boundaries. You define what behaviors are acceptable and what are not in relationships, work, family, and daily life. Energetic boundaries. You recognize when someone's presence drains or overwhelms you, and you regulate your distance with compassion. People who do not set boundaries often experience burnout, resentment, or emotional exhaustion. And ironically, these conditions reduce the quality of love they are able to offer. Boundaries allow compassion to flow sustainably. In Buddhist practice, this balance is reflected in the teachings of the middle way, not giving too much, not withholding too much, but connecting with others from a place of balance. A person with healthy boundaries loves without losing themselves, gives without becoming empty, cares without controlling, helps without sacrificing their inner peace, stays present without feeling overwhelmed. This balance is deeply respected because it reflects emotional maturity and inner clarity. To cultivate the art of healthy boundaries, consider these gentle practices. Listen to your discomfort. If something feels heavy, overwhelming, or draining, it is often a signal that a boundary is needed. Communicate gently but firmly. Use language like, I need some time to rest. I'm not able to do that right now. I care about you, and I need space at the moment. Say no when necessary. No is a complete sentence spoken with respect, not guilt. Protect your energy. You do not owe everyone access to you. Allow others to take responsibility. Their emotions, their choices, their healing, not yours to carry entirely. Honor your own needs. Your well-being is not less important than anyone else's. Practice compassionate boundaries. Boundaries should not punish, they should clarify. Here lies the deeper truth. Boundaries are the architecture of inner peace. They make love sustainable. They make compassion real. They make relationships honest, and people respect those who live with this clarity, who know how to give without losing themselves, who know how to care without collapsing, who know how to love without self-erasure. May you build boundaries that protect your peace, strengthen your compassion, and honor your sacred worth. For a person who honors their boundaries, honors their soul. Self-discipline in the light of Buddhist wisdom is far from the rigid self-punishment many people imagine. It is not the harsh voice inside that demands perfection, nor the unyielding pressure to achieve more, nor the relentless suppression of emotions or desires. Instead, true self-discipline is a quiet and compassionate devotion to your own path. It is the gentle promise you make to your future self. I will not abandon you. I will continue even slowly, even imperfectly, even on the days when everything feels heavy. This kind of discipline is not born from force. It is born from love. Love for your growth. Love for your well-being. Love for the person you are becoming. And because it arises from love, it becomes a steady flame that lights your steps, not a whip that wounds the spirit. People naturally respect those who embody this form of discipline, for it shows sincerity, steadiness, and integrity, qualities that cannot be faked or borrowed. In a quiet canyon carved by centuries of wind, where ancient red stones glowed like embers beneath the sun, lived a young sculptor named Renai. She carried within her a dream shaped by generations to carve a sculpture that honored her ancestors, one that held the weight of memory, grief, strength, and spirit. Her heart was full of longing, and her mind full of visions of what she wished to create. But longing alone was not enough. Renee struggled with consistency. Some mornings, she woke with fire in her chest, ready to chisel for hours. Other days, doubt pulled her away. She wandered through distractions, promising herself she would return tomorrow. But tomorrow often arrived quietly and slipped away just as quietly, leaving her sculpture untouched. Over time, the gap between her dream and her progress grew painful. She looked at the half-shaped stone and felt a sting of shame. She whispered to herself, "If I were truly meant to be an artist, wouldn't I be stronger, more disciplined, more capable?" Her discouragement deepened until one morning she decided to visit Ori, an elder sculptor who lived near the canyon's edge. His works were known not for grandeur, but for a depth that made viewers pause. Each piece seemed alive, as though the stone itself had whispered secrets into his hands. Renai found him seated before a large slab of stone, polishing it slowly, rhythmically. The sun reflected off the surface, spreading warmth that mingled with the sound of metal brushing against rock. "I don't understand," Renai said, her voice trembling slightly. "I have such a strong desire to create something meaningful, but I cannot stay committed. I begin with enthusiasm, then lose momentum. I feel ashamed, like I'm betraying my own dream." Ori placed his tool down and extended his hands. "Show me your hands," he said. Renai hesitated, but placed her hands into his. They were soft, delicate, marked by early effort, but not by enduring practice. Ori lifted his own hands, thick-scarred, rough-shaped by decades of devotion. "Do you see the difference?" he asked gently. "Desire is only the seed, but discipline is the sunlight that allows the seed to rise." Renai looked down, unable to speak. Ori continued, "Come, sit with me." She settled beside him, feeling the ancient stillness of the canyon. "Look at these stone walls," Ori said, pointing to the ridges carved across the cliffs. They were shaped not by one great storm, but by 1,000 years of soft, persistent wind. The canyon did not become what it is through force. It became this way through consistency. He picked up a small chisel and tapped the stone gently. "Every morning I carve for a short time. Sometimes the work flows, sometimes it resists me. Sometimes I create something beautiful. Sometimes I create only dust. But I show up. I return. That, my dear, is discipline, not the dramatic gesture, but the quiet returning." Renee felt something inside her soften, a knot untangling, a weight lifting. It was not a sudden burst of motivation, but a deeper understanding. Discipline, Ori added, is not about perfection or speed. It is about devotion. Devotion to your craft. Devotion to your truth. devotion to the version of yourself who is waiting to emerge. She breathed deeply. For the first time, she saw her inconsistency not as a flaw in her character, but as a gap between her intention and her practice. A gap she had the power to bridge. That day, Renee returned to her workspace with a different attitude. She did not vow to work endlessly or to produce miracles. Instead, she dedicated a small portion of each day to her art, a simple sacred habit. She carved a little each morning even when inspiration felt distant. She allowed herself to work slowly, imperfectly, patiently. Weeks passed. Her movements became steadier. Her presence grew stronger. Slowly, her sculpture began to reveal itself one curve at a time, one line at a time. But more importantly, Renee herself transformed. She no longer doubted her calling because she was living it. She no longer judged her progress because she was showing up. She no longer felt fragile because consistency had strengthened her spirit. Months later, when the sculpture was complete, it carried a presence that could be felt before it was fully seen. Visitors who observed it sensed the devotion etched into its surface. They recognized the patience behind each cut. They felt the quiet power of the discipline that brought it to life. The respect Renee received was not simply for the artwork she created, it was for the person she had become through the making of it. Self-discipline, when understood through Buddhist wisdom, is not an enemy of freedom, but its guardian. It protects your dreams from the fog of distraction. It protects your peace from the chaos of impulse. It protects your growth from the stagnation of comfort. A disciplined mind is not rigid, it is clear. A disciplined heart is not stern, it is steady. A disciplined life is not narrow, it is meaningful. Self-discipline allows your life to align with your deeper intentions rather than the fleeting moods of the moment. It cultivates reliability within yourself and for others. It nurtures trust others trust you because you trust yourself. It builds dignity, the dignity of living in harmony with your values. When discipline is practiced with compassion, it becomes a natural source of self-respect, and self-respect is the foundation upon which external respect is built. To foster this gentle discipline, begin with practices that nourish rather than punish. Return to your path each day, even briefly. Create small rituals that anchor your intentions. Remove distractions kindly, not forcefully. Celebrate consistency rather than perfection. Rest when you need to rest, for rest is part of the discipline that sustains the journey. Above all, return whenever you wander. Every return strengthens the path beneath your feet. And here is the deeper truth. Self-discipline is not the art of controlling yourself. It is the art of supporting yourself. It is the love that keeps you steady, the devotion that keeps you true, the quiet strength that carries you forward step by step, day by day. May your discipline be gentle, steady, and rooted in compassion. May it shape you with the same patience that water shapes stone, and may it lead you toward the life your heart knows you are meant to live. Sincerity is one of the most luminous qualities of the human spirit, a quiet force that radiates through presence, words, and actions. In Buddhist wisdom, sincerity is not merely honesty. It is the complete alignment between your inner truth and the way you move through the world. It is the harmony between intention and expression, thought and behavior, heart and step. A sincere person does not wear masks. They do not twist themselves to please others. They do not speak one thing while feeling another. Instead, their presence feels real, grounded, transparent. People trust them instinctively because sincerity needs no persuasion, it shines on its own. And with trust comes respect. To understand the depth of sincerity, Imagine a wandering storyteller named Caden who traveled from village to village with nothing but a small journal and a flute. Everywhere he went, people gathered to hear his tales, stories of distant mountains, mysterious forests, hidden wisdoms. His voice was gentle, his words poetic. But over time, Caden noticed something painful. His stories no longer felt alive. He was telling tales he thought people wanted to hear, not stories that came from his heart. He exaggerated adventures to impress his listeners. He altered memories to sound more dramatic. His audience still applauded, but each applause felt hollow, like wind passing through an empty jar. One night, as he camped by an old cedar tree, a quiet ache filled him. He stared at the flickering flames and whispered, "When did I stop telling the truth?" His words dissolved into the night. As he sat in silence, an old monk happened upon the clearing. Seeing Caden's troubled expression, the monk approached slowly and took a seat beside the fire. "You carry a heaviness," the monk said softly. Caden nodded. "I've lost my voice," he admitted. "Not the sound, the truth behind it." The monk looked into the flames. "Tell me a story," he said gently. Caden hesitated, then began reciting one of his elaborate tales filled with impossible feats, dazzling landscapes, and exaggerated struggles. When he finished, the monk's expression remained calm, almost sorrowful. "That was not your story," the monk said. "That was your performance." Caden felt his chest tighten. "I know," he whispered, "but people expect stories that amaze them. If I tell the simple truth, will they still listen?" The monk broke a small twig and held it up. "Look at this," he said. "It is simple, straight, unadorned. Yet in its simplicity, it is whole. It does not bend itself into shapes that are not its own." He tossed the twig into the fire. A story without sincerity is like a flame without warmth. It is bright, but it does not touch the heart. Caden lowered his gaze. "I'm afraid my truth won't be enough." The monk smiled gently. "The truth is always enough when it is spoken from the heart. Sincerity does not need embellishment. It carries its own power." That night, something shifted inside Caden, a quiet, trembling transformation. He understood that his loss of joy, his emptiness, had not come from the act of storytelling itself, but from betraying the sincerity that once guided him. The next morning, when villagers gathered to hear him speak, Caden took a deep breath. Instead of grand adventures, he shared a simple story. The story of a boy who had been afraid to be himself, who had lost his voice, and who was learning to find it again. There were no gasps, no dramatic applause, but something deeper happened. His listeners leaned in. Their eyes softened, their hearts opened. Because sincerity touches places that performance never can. From that day on, Caden told only the stories that lived truthfully within him. Some were quiet, some were raw, some were tender, some were difficult. But every story carried a heartbeat, and people respected him not for the spectacle of his words, but for the authenticity behind them. Sincerity is not perfection. It is not about being endlessly pure or flawlessly honest. It is about alignment, living in harmony with what is real within you. A sincere person feels without pretending, speaks without manipulation, acts without hidden agendas, loves without performing, listens without judgment, shows who they truly are, not who they believe they must be. This transparency creates a sense of trust. Others feel safe in the presence of someone who is not wearing masks. You do not need to be impressive. When you are sincere, you need only be present. Sincerity brings clarity into relationships. It encourages vulnerability. It nurtures connection. When two people meet without pretense, the distance between their hearts dissolves. Sincerity also deepens your inner world. When you live truthfully, your mind becomes quieter. Your decisions become clearer. Your emotions become more stable. You no longer waste energy maintaining facades or weaving stories to appear a certain way. You move through life lightly grounded in authenticity. But sincerity requires courage. It asks you to stand in your truth, even when your voice trembles. It asks you to resist the temptation to impress, exaggerate, or conceal. It asks you to embrace vulnerability instead of hiding behind performance. Many people turn away from sincerity because they fear rejection. If I show my true self and I am not accepted, what remains of me? But the truth is this: if you are accepted for who you pretend to be, you will always feel alone. If you are accepted for who you truly are, you will always feel at home. The Buddha often spoke of inner honesty, the ability to look at oneself without distortion. Sincerity is not only expressed outwardly, it begins internally. It is the willingness to admit your fears, your contradictions, your desires, and your mistakes without judgment. From that inner truthfulness arises authenticity in speech, action, and presence. To live sincerely is to live fully. It means allowing your words to reflect your heart, allowing your choices to reflect your values, allowing your path to reflect your true direction, allowing your relationships to be rooted in openness rather than performance, allowing yourself to be human, beautifully, vulnerably human. People respect sincerity because it is rare. They feel drawn to it because it is pure. They admire it because it is brave. A sincere heart does not shine with loud brightness, it glows with quiet warmth. And here lies the deepest truth of sincerity. When your inner world and your outer expression become one, you become whole. You become peaceful. You become trustworthy. You become deeply respected, not for who you pretend to be, but for who you truly are. May sincerity live in your voice, your steps, your decisions, your relationships, and your heart. May you have the courage to stand in your truth, gently, openly, consistently, and may your authenticity become a refuge for those who cross your path. Humility in the Buddhist understanding is not the act of making yourself small, nor denying your gifts, nor shrinking from the world. Humility is spaciousness, the freedom to be exactly who you are, without the need to elevate or diminish yourself. It is the quiet acceptance of your humanity, your strengths, your weaknesses, your potential, your limits. It is the recognition that all beings walk together in the vastness of existence, each carrying their own joys and sorrows. A humble person does not bow out of insecurity, and they do not boast out of fear. Instead, they move through life like a clear stream, gentle in presence, yet steady in purpose. Others trust them, not because they seek praise, but because they seek truth. Humility makes them approachable, teachable, and deeply respected. To understand the soul of humility, imagine a man named Aidan, a skilled botanist known throughout the region for his knowledge of rare plants. He had spent decades studying herbs, roots, seeds, and healing flowers. Many traveled long distances to seek his understanding, and his name carried weight among scholars and healers. Yet Aidan, despite his knowledge, carried a quiet restlessness. He felt that something in him had hardened, an invisible armor formed from years of being recognized as the expert. When others spoke, he often found himself interrupting to correct them. When students asked questions, he answered too quickly, forgetting to listen. Praise began to feel expected, and he clung to the identity he had built. One autumn, Aidan traveled into the mountains to search for a plant rumored to bloom only every 40 years, the blue ember blossom. He had studied its patterns, documented historical sightings, and believed he knew exactly where it would appear. Confident, he climbed with certainty, telling himself, "Only I understand this flower." But the mountains humbled him. He wandered for hours, then days. He grew tired, then frustrated. The wind followed no pattern. The earth revealed no sign. The mountains ignored his expertise. One morning, exhausted and disheartened, he reached a high ridge and found a small hut perched near the clouds. Smoke drifted gently upward. Curious and seeking shelter, he approached and knocked lightly. An elderly woman answered, her hair silver, her eyes bright, her posture steady as ancient stone. She invited him inside and offered warm tea. Aiden noticed dried plants hanging from the rafters' roots petals and herbs he had never seen in any book. "You seem troubled," the woman said, stirring the tea slowly. Aiden sighed. "I have spent years studying a rare mountain flower. I believed I knew everything about it. I came here to find it, but the mountain refuses to yield its secrets." The woman smiled. "The mountain yields to no one." Aiden frowned. "But I have studied it thoroughly. I know its cycle, its terrain, its conditions." She poured tea into 2 wooden cups and handed one to him. "Tell me," she asked, "have you listened to the mountain, or have you only listened to yourself?" Eden felt heat rise in his chest, a mixture of embarrassment and awakening. The woman continued, "Knowledge is like water. If stored too long in a closed vessel, it becomes stagnant. But if allowed to flow, it nourishes. You came here with answers, not with questions." Aiden stared into the steam rising from his cup. "I suppose. I believed I knew enough." She laughed softly. "Enough." Then she pointed toward the window. "Do you see that peak? I have climbed it for 60 years, and still it teaches me something new every season." Aiden looked at her with surprise. Then, "You know the blue ember blossom?" "I have seen it bloom 3 times, she said. "But it appears only to those who come with humility, those who walk lightly, who observe more than they declare, who let the mountain reveal itself." Something in Aiden's heart cracked open. He realized that knowledge had become a shield he used to protect his ego, rather than a lantern to illuminate truth. The woman stood and motioned for him to follow. They walked to a quiet slope behind the hut. There, nestled between 2 stones, glowed a faint trace of blue, the shy emergence of the very flower he had traveled so far to find. Aiden sank to his knees, overwhelmed not by victory, but by gratitude. Not by discovery, but by revelation. Not by pride, but by humility. "The mountain did not hide the flower from you," the woman said softly. "Your certainty did." That moment changed Aiden profoundly. After returning from the mountains, he taught differently. He listened more. He spoke less. He asked questions instead of offering answers too quickly. He recognized the value of learning from students, strangers, the young, the old, anyone with a perspective he had not yet considered. People noticed the change. His presence became calmer, softer, more spacious. Students found comfort in him. Colleagues felt respected. Even strangers sensed the sincerity in the way he asked. What do you think? His knowledge deepened because his ego softened, and respect followed naturally. Humility, in its truest form, is not low self-esteem. It is the release of ego's tight grip. It is knowing that wisdom is endless, and that no matter how far you have traveled, you are still a student of life. A humble person does not pretend to know everything. They recognize the limits of their understanding. They approach the world with open curiosity. They learn with sincerity, not defensiveness. They share generously without seeking applause. Humility is also the foundation of compassion. When you see yourself not as superior or inferior, but simply as a fellow traveler, empathy blossoms naturally. You listen with more patience. You speak with more kindness. You forgive more easily, including yourself. You treat others with dignity because you recognize your shared humanity. Humility protects relationships from the poison of pride. It protects the mind from the illusion of certainty. It protects the heart from isolation. A humble person is not afraid to admit mistakes. They know that mistakes do not diminish them, they refine them. They do not feel threatened by others' success. Instead, they celebrate it. They do not need to be the center of attention. They find fulfillment in offering space to others. This is why humility inspires respect. Others sense its authenticity. They feel safe, valued, seen. Humility does not require recognition, yet it receives it effortlessly. But humility also requires courage. It asks you to release the masks that ego wears. It asks you to stand in honesty rather than in performance. It asks you to embrace vulnerability, the willingness to say, "I do not know. I am still learning. I made a mistake. I need help. You were right. Teach me." These words soften the heart and open the doorway to wisdom. In Buddhist teachings, humility is woven into the very essence of awakening. The Buddha himself taught through simplicity, through presence, through the invitation to look inward rather than upward. His wisdom flowed not from superiority, but from clarity. Clarity born of letting the ego dissolve. To live humbly is to walk gently through the world. It is to recognize the beauty in every being, to honor the wisdom in every season of life, to accept that you are part of something vast and interconnected. Humility is not the dimming of your light. It is the recognition that your light is one among many, and that when you shine without arrogance, you help others shine too. And here lies the profound truth. Humility allows wisdom to grow. Humility allows compassion to bloom. Humility allows respect to rise naturally, not demanded, not forced, but earned through presence, truth, and grace. May humility guide your steps, soften your ego, open your heart, and lead you into deeper connection with the world around you. For the humble spirit is the one closest to peace, closest to truth, closest to awakening. Humility is the final breath of wisdom, the softest yet most powerful note in the entire symphony of awakening. After walking through the long path of mindfulness, compassion, impermanence, letting go, acceptance, gratitude, integrity, discipline, and sincerity, we arrive at humility, the doorway where the self finally loosens its grip and allows truth to shine through unobstructed. Humility is not the end of the journey. Humility is the journey distilled. It is where every lesson converges. It is where knowledge becomes wisdom. It is where effort becomes grace. It is where the ego bows and the heart rises. A humble heart sees clearly everything is interconnected. Everyone is learning. Every moment is fleeting. Every being is worthy of compassion. And in that realization, pride dissolves, comparison fades, and the soul stands gently open, like a lotus blooming on still water. Imagine for a final time a traveler walking along a moonlit path. He has passed mountains of fear, rivers of doubt, forests of desire. He has walked through storms of suffering and meadows of peace. His feet are tired, his clothes worn, but his eyes shine with a quiet clarity. He meets an old hermit sitting beside the road. The hermit asks, What have you learned on your long journey? The traveler thinks carefully. I learned that mindfulness steadies the mind, he says, that compassion softens the heart, that impermanence frees us, that letting go brings peace, that acceptance dissolves resistance, that gratitude transforms how we see, that discipline shapes who we become, that sincerity aligns the inner and outer worlds. The hermit nods gently. And what lies beyond all of that? The traveler closes his eyes and whispers that I know so little, that wisdom is infinite, and that I am merely a student of the present moment. The hermit smiles. Ah, then your journey has truly begun. For humility is the point where learning becomes boundless. It is the softening that allows everything else to flow. It is the threshold between the self we cling to and the spaciousness awaiting beyond. Humility teaches us that we do not need to be right to be worthy. We do not need to be praised to be valuable. We do not need to be extraordinary to be meaningful. We only need to be true, true to the breath, true to the moment, true to our humanity. A humble person walks, gently speaks, mindfully, listens deeply, gives freely, and receives graciously. They know that even their greatest achievements are threads in a much larger tapestry. And in that knowing, they become free from the pressures of comparison, competition, and ego-driven striving. People respect humility, not because it is loud, but because it is real. Not because it demands attention, but because it radiates authenticity. Not because it seeks victory, but because it seeks truth. A humble heart is a peaceful heart. A peaceful heart is a wise heart. And a wise heart becomes a refuge for others. As this 30-part journey reaches its conclusion, remember this: you have not reached an end. You have reached a beginning of seeing life through the eyes of clarity, a beginning of walking with steadier steps, a beginning of loving with deeper compassion, a beginning of living with greater presence, a beginning of meeting yourself gently, honestly, humbly. Every teaching you have received is a seed. Some will bloom now, some will bloom later, some will wait for the right season, the right rain, the right moment of awakening. There is no hurry. There is only awareness. And as awareness grows, so does wisdom. As wisdom grows, so does kindness. As kindness grows, so does peace. As peace grows, so does respect both for others and for yourself. Before the traveler continues his path, the hermit offers one final teaching. When you speak, speak with truth. When you act, act with compassion. When you give, give without expecting. When you learn, learn without pride. When you live, live fully. When you love, love bravely. When you fail, fail gently. When you rise, rise humbly. The traveler bows, not out of submission, but out of understanding. For humility is not bowing the body, it is bowing the ego, so that the heart may stand tall. If you carry only one lesson from this entire journey, let it be this: humility is the silent bridge that connects wisdom with compassion, truth with kindness, effort with grace, self with the larger whole. And as long as you walk with humility, you will never be far from peace. This is the end of the path, but not the end of your becoming. For becoming is endless. Learning is endless. Awakening is endless. May you walk your path gently with mindfulness in your steps, compassion in your voice, gratitude in your breath, and humility in your heart.